Good evening, Mech Warriors. Good morning. Falling over my own tongue. Good hello, everybody. It is Friday night fight night. The night where we fight for your right to resist the clans. My name is Iliani. I am one of the Mega Mech devs, and today we're going to bumble our way through our first campaign. So without further ado, let's put on something a little bit more chill. It's nice in the evening. We can just chill. We don't need to have upbeat music. How about some lo-fi? Everybody likes a good bit of lo-fi. Music to study and fight to. How is everybody this fine evening? I hope you're all well rested and ready to fight the invaders. I say all that, I could well be the only person in stream. That'd be embarrassing. But not a problem. I am here for myself because I want to actually play MekHQ. I've been developing MekHQ for a number of years now, and it has been a hot second since I actually had a chance to have my own campaign. So that's what we're going to do today. I also see that a few minutes ago, Nimbus Flight 1150 followed me. Thank you very much. You'll get notified whenever we go live. We go live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And of course, Friday evening is the Friday Fight Night. Tonight is, as I mentioned, it's the first Friday Fight Night, so we're going to be starting up a brand new campaign. And hopefully, we're going to win some battles. So, as with all journeys, it starts with a new campaign. Scrotorius says, it's time to show those clanners how real spheroids die. So I, as anybody who wasn't with us earlier during the dev streams, because most weekdays we're actually streaming me developing MekHQ. It's in the evenings that on the Friday that we actually play. But I have been boasting about my amazing skills as a mech warrior. My talents are infinite. Alas, the number of body bags I have access to are not. So we know exactly when we're going to be starting. We're going to be starting 5 years prior to the clan invasion. So let's scootle down here. Now the fun thing with this is something we set up a few years ago. If you actually, let's click to close this. If you go through each of these tabs, you'll actually have a full timeline of like a bullet point history of the inner sphere. Even down to clicking on an individual, like the year of peace here, you'd learn about the year of peace. So this is actually a really good tool for people who maybe enjoy Battletech, and maybe they played the Harebrained Studio game or MechWarrior 5, and aren't on board yet with the full lore. You can just kind of get a brief overview of what exactly is going on. So we know first contact happened in 49. However, we're going to treat the clan invasion as starting in 3050 because that's a good year. So we're going to start ourselves on the 1st of January 3045. So that little spat between the Lyrans and the Federated Commonwealth and a small little state that nobody really knows of called the Capellan Confederation, that's over now. So Jenny Boy says, geez no, is that granular? My god, and it is. It is that granular. So, we are going to actually be members of the free Rasalhague Republic. The real heroes of the Inner Sphere. But here's the first of many decisions that I can't make on my own. Because if it was up to me, our amazing campaign would be called the Testes. Because we're testing. And this is why I can't be trusted to name a campaign. So what I need from you, chat, I need the extent of your wisdom. We need a name for our free Rasalhague Republic campaign. So throw it up in chat. Let's see what you've got. See if you can come up with something better than the Testes. God, I hope so. And while we're waiting for some names to pop up in the chat, we're just going to randomize, see what we get. So the thing with the randomizer is it has a couple of different templates it can use. And some of them are pre-con. So the last minute reinforcements is one of those pre-con ones. You can always get that randomized. Whereas Vortex Operations is one of the randomized ones. If you play around with the randomize enough, you kind of tell the which ones are the pre-cons and which ones are generated. The cursed contracts. Oh, that is ominous and accurate. Oh, I'm getting a message from GitHub. What is GitHub saying? GitHub is telling me. Copilot has reviewed the big pity contract system that we implemented on stream earlier today. So earlier today, we did a few little things. But the biggest one we did was we introduced a system where you're guaranteed to get a number of contracts that are good contracts early on in your campaign. So let's see what we've got. We've got the Ford Lords. I don't think I can go with the Ford Lords because my tongue's gonna fall over that. Princes of Regular's good though. The Scrotorious Basterds. Ooh, we do like the Scrotorious Basterds. That's a good one. I feel like the Reckoning Shadowmen just feels like a bad guy that you'd be facing in something like Raid Shadow Legends. Subscribe now and you'll get the Reckoning Shadowman for free, as well as all this gold and however the meme goes. The Shoddy Squad. That's a good one. So looking at chat, I think we're going to go with the Scrotorious Basterds. Spelled incorrectly because we're mech warriors. We can't spell, we can't read. So we don't have a unit insignia. Maybe we'll get one at some point. And Tiris has commented that we didn't get too far from the testes. We didn't! But it's okay, because it's not testes. It's the Scrotorious Basterds. It's different. But let's pick a camouflage. What I would really like to do, and it's not something we can do right now, but I think we should add a randomize button. So that you can randomize your camouflage. We should definitely do that at some point. Maybe we'll do that next week. So scoot this. Let's see if we can spot something that looks scrotum-like. Which is a sentence I will say I never expected to have to say when I came on stream today. Trying to find a camouflage that looks scrotum-like. So Radar615 says, better than I would have come up with, I would have gone with Theodore's back pain. That's a good one. That's a good one. I think... Oh no, I was thinking the Orange Tiger. But what is more scrotum-like than a pair of squigglies and a line? So we're going to go with this camouflage. So we've got our date set up. We know our campaign name. We're the Scrotorious Bastards, loyalists of the Rasalhague Republic. And we've got... we don't need to describe that any further. We have our unit camouflage. Let's hit apply settings. Wait a couple of seconds for everything to load on. And of course, we are using StratCon. You might be wondering, why aren't you using Against the Bot? Against the Bot has been pretty much retired at this point. It's predominantly StratCon nowadays. So let's hit proceed. The icon of our heraldry, the icon of our resistance against those bastards over in the Draconis Combine, and the Lyrans to the left who aren't any much better. Now, this is fun because if you have a custom unit insignia, that's what will appear here. But because we haven't got one, it uses our faction icon. And as PS359 mentioned, and now the pity contracts. But first, we need to generate our company. Boop. And if you weren't following the dev stream earlier and you're not aware what pity contracts are, don't worry, we'll go into that in a bit. So, these numbers here are slightly changed to what you'll have currently access to, because we adjusted them a couple of days ago to make them a bit more suitable for how many people you actually get with a new campaign these days. I don't think we need to play around with this. I'm going to start with a company. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, and we've had babies! Because of course we have babies. Who doesn't like babies? A lot of people. But we've got them. We only have the one baby! Excellent, excellent. We're off to a great start. Our heroes of the Republic understand what contraception is. That's a really good start, I find, personally. So what we're seeing here now is a bunch of hey, by the ways. And these are just saying, hey, by the way, you have this option available, so we gave you this thing. We don't need to worry too much about this. I wrote these, so I know what they are. But here we have our first message from Mats Adam, our military liaison. Captain Stephen Senbeck, which is probably going to change in a minute. On behalf of the High Command of the Free Rasalhague Republic, ignore the missing comma, space marker, beg your pardon, I welcome you into our ranks. Ours is not... I need to start... I need a voice that excels and expresses the glory of the Rasalhague Republic. On behalf of High Command of the Free Rasalhague Republic, I welcome you into our ranks. Ours is not a vast realm, but it is sovereign. And that sovereignty has been earned, not inherited. Every soldier in our service is a defender of that legacy. And now, so are you. We do not measure strength by the tonnage of our battle mechs, or the size of our territory. Oh no, I am drifting to... Oh no, not the problematic Lyrans. Okay, maybe we'll drop the voice. We measure it by resolve, by the clarity of our purpose, by the refusal to bow to larger banners or trade independence for protection. The inner sphere is full of giants who assume the right to rule by size alone. We are the proof that spirit still matters. Your presence here is not just reinforcement, it is a statement. Scrotorious Basterds now stand with a nation that refuses to be swallowed. You are guardians now of our borders, our ideals, and our right to exist on our own terms. Serve with pride, Captain, because here, every battle matters. And of course, we love the Republic, so we are ready to serve with honour. But before we can serve, we have some command staff to name. So let's start off with Captain, currently called Stefan Senbeck. So Captain Stefan Senbeck. Let's learn about him. So he's got elite gunnery and elite piloting. So we got ourselves a captain who is an elite character. Small arms, don't care about that. Appraisal, he knows a good deal when he sees it. Leadership though, ultra green. This man could not lead himself out of a bucket. Not great tactics either. So this is a great start. We've got an elite pilot who just doesn't quite understand. To Stefan, every situation holds potential. He has to just find it. Whether it's flipping a crisis into an advantage or turning an enemy's mistakes into his gain, he never lets an opening go to waste. Stefan cracks emotionless jokes because if he stopped to process everything, it might actually get to him. It's easier to act like it's all just a mildly inconvenient joke than admit just how close they are to dying at any given moment. So this tells me that Stefan, he's like, oh no, every opportunity we can go for it. And he's constantly making jokes, and his jokes are really, really bad. Like, he has no leadership. He's the kind of person who stands up in a meeting and takes control of the meeting, but nobody wanted him to. So then we have Margarita Fujita. And we're not going to bother with all these descriptions. Let's see here. A veteran. Oh, and elite. We've got a really good start. Really good start. That's better. And then, of course, we've got Amgar Brutus. Yeah, they're a regular veteran. That's not too bad. Okay. So, let's go into Edit Person. Oh, we need to be in GM mode first. That helps. Go to Edit Person. So we have a captain here who has clearly gone to the Lyran School of Leadership. So we need a strong Rasalhagian name for our captain. Pop it in chat when I click random a few times. And if you have any call sign suggestions, we can come up with those as well. Or if you prefer that we hold off on call signs until they've proven themselves in the fire of battle. Klaus Soderstrom. Oh, there is a strong Republican name from PS359. We also have Tiras coming in and saying that we should go with the call sign Odin. But the story is that it wasn't an eye he gave up. Klaus Soderstrom, the man with one bollock, leader of the Scrotorious Basterds. Ah, that's a story. That's a story we can go with. Klaus it is. And we're going to go with the call sign Odin. There we go. We are off. You are right, Tiras. You are right. We are off to a great start. So that's got us Klaus. Now, I think we're going to have his second in charge is going to be Margarita Fujita. And we'll make this chap, he can be the third in charge. He can be a warrant officer. There you go. Oh, that is amazing, PS 359. Scrotorious Basterds, you don't have the cojones to take us on. Okay, so let's move on to Margarita Fujita, who has a fantastic name already, but let's see what they say. Every situation is a potential to fight in Margarita's mind. She doesn't care if it's an argument, a rivalry, or a full-scale war. She treats them all the same, something to be won, and preferably in the loudest, most aggressive way possible. Margarita doesn't care about honour, mercy, or sentiment, only results. She dissects every situation with ruthless precision, seeing people of assets, obstacles, or liabilities. If a sacrifice needs to be made, she won't hesitate to pull the trigger. And because apparently all of our people have gone to the Lyran School of Leadership, she also has Leadership Ultra Green Zero. So Radar suggests that since she's the second in command, she should go with the call sign Moonin, and I think that's a really good choice. It's either that or Margaritaville. But yeah, let's go with Moonin. I like the Minin, apparently. It seems my inability to spell has no bounds. So how about, what do we want to call Margarita Fujita? Or do we just want to stick with Margarita Fujita? Because that's a strong name. What do we think, chat? Keep it from Tiras. I think Margarita Fujita is a fantastic name. It turns out, with any kind of random generator, you throw enough things at it, eventually it will tell you a story. And we have the leader of our Recon Lance, Charlie Lance. Amgar never stops, because stopping means thinking, and thinking means facing the ghosts that haunt him. He fights, trains, and pushes himself beyond exhaustion, running from a past that never quite lets him rest. Morality has no place in Amgar's world, only results. He weaves webs of deception, pits allies against each other, and ensures that, when the dust settles, he is holding all the cards. So, with a description like that, two things come to mind. The first is that there's a reason why we call the random personality generator the asshole generator. And here's the thing. I programmed the asshole generator, and it has no bias. It has an equal number of nice and negative traits, and yet, no matter what, they're always assholes. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, chap. This guy's Loki. I mean, look at that face. That's a face of a Loki. That's a Diesel right there. So Tira says that, I want you to know the personality gen is a drama queen. It really, really is. And we've nerfed that multiple times. I don't know if any of you in chat were around, probably late last year, where, for whatever reason, the asshole generator just got really depressed. And everybody it generated came out with PTSD. Some of the personality quotes go like a little too hard sometimes. They do, but they were so much fun to write. And the issue is that they were largely written in isolation, so we kind of have to hope that you go together in the world. Change the surname to Kaufman. Yeah, no, he does. He definitely looks like a Kaufman. Buttrus is an unfortunate surname, but let's go with Kaufman. There we go. So that's our military command staff. Let's see what we've got down in the administrators. Buttrus, yeah, Buttrus of the Scrotorious Basterds. So we need to pick a leader. So we've got our admin command, and I always like the admin command to be the head of the admin department. It just seems to fit for me. I have, however, noticed that our admin HR are terrible. Serious comments, we're all a little pants off here at Genital Company, sir. But yeah, no, we might be in trouble. The HR department, I think we just robbed the nearest school and just employed an army of interns. So let's have a look at Sergeant Emma Price. Now here's one of the cool things. With the asshole generator, I probably should stop calling it that because that's going to catch on. With the personality generator, it actually changes depending on whether the person has a combat or a non-combat profession. So Emma treats every piece of gear like a lifeline, stockpiling supplies in hidden caches and refusing to part with anything that might prove useful. Even when others go without, she holds tight to what she's gathered, just in case. Emma doesn't just lead, she elevates those around her. Whether it's a rousing speech before battle, a quiet word of encouragement, or leading by example, she makes people feel like they can accomplish the impossible. So I feel like this character... I hadn't noticed that! Our only elite admin is Dr. Mike. Oh, fantastic. But going back to our command admin, I kind of feel like she is because none of our staff are great, but I feel like she is the real leader of this department. Odin thinks he's in charge, but really it's this character. So let's hop in. We need to give her a name. We need a name for the real power behind the throne. We need a strong Republican name. Something that a member of the Rasalhague could be proud of. Pop any suggestions in the chat. I'm sure they'll be wonderful. Ooh! Oh, Terrace is just something very cool. So he's saying, as I shouldn't presume, they're saying that that she's a failed aerospace pilot looking at her skills. Gunnery aerospace, yeah. No, there's a narrative, and we've got Michaela Talbog. Oh, that's a good name. And we can actually leave a comment here that she's a failed aerospace pilot. Now, of course, we wouldn't go far without our doctor, who I'm very glad to say is not ultra green. However, I've just glanced at their bio, and while they're not ultra green, I think we might be in trouble. So, Mindoc. Okay, that I think that name writes itself. Mindoc the Doc. There we go. He somehow graduated medical school at 20. So here's the thing. He has a high school degree. This man never went to college. This is a periphery doctor. This is a periphery doctor if ever I've seen one. And he's from a mercenary background as well. So this guy just grew up in a mercenary unit, learned how to use a band-aid and a computer, and went around calling himself a doctor until somebody stupid, us, had believed him. Because Mindoc just sounds like a superhero villain name. But he has got the classic HR portrait of someone who looks like they're mid-sneeze. That's very office ID card. Is there a duck on this dropship? He stands up. Exactly. But Minduck thrives on risk, always pushing limits and taking chances others wouldn't dare. Whether piloting through a storm of enemy fire or attempting a near-impossible maneuver, he believes that fortune favours the bold. Minduck never acts without a plan. Every move he makes is part of a bigger picture, ensuring that by the time his opponents realise what's happening, he's already won. So this guy's a con artist, right? Also, one of his skills is interrogation. Was he a torture doc? PS359 asks. Yeah, no. But he's ultra green in interest philosophy. So he's one of those people who won't shut up about ancient philosophers nobody cares about. But he doesn't actually know what the hell he's talking about. And so if anybody who had actually studied historical philosophy came along and he tried opening a conversation with him, he would immediately get angry and walk away. And protocols 6+, he's actually got a bonus to protocols. So yeah, no, I don't like this guy. Satiris comments that my guy found an ancient lost tech tome called Atlas Shrugged, didn't understand it wasn't about the mech. Okay, that is going in the lore. There we go. Mindoc is well known for his battered copy of Atlas Shrugged. We can fire him when we get better options. We absolutely should, yes. And last but not least, definitely not least, if you tell them they're least, things start falling off your mechs. We have our mech techs. Now, you might be alarmed and think that one of them's already injured. They're not injured, they just gave birth. There's a small bug where when they give birth, when the campaign's created, they get postpartum recovery immediately when they should actually not get that. So we're just going to go ahead and get rid of that injury. Medical. There we go. So let's see. Ooh, we have a Dr. Mike and a Dr. Henry. So Radar 651 comments that the mech techs are more important than mech pilots. Without techs, suddenly that autocannon is shooting way left. I mean, I've seen mech warriors. I don't think they need assistance with that. But of course, we're going to make Dr. Henry. Dr. Henry is going to be the leader of our techs. So let's learn about Dr. Henry. Henry doesn't just enjoy battle, he enjoys making others suffer. Oh no. He drags out fights longer than necessary, savouring the moment an enemy realises they've lost, but still have to endure the pain. Where others see only the surface, Henry digs deeper. He picks up the smallest tells, the hidden motivations, the why behind every action, turning knowledge into power before anyone realises he has it. Oh, the asshole generator strikes again. So let's see. We've got elite tech mech and elite administration. That's helpful. Ooh. Got a little bit of zero-G operations. Ah, he's into art sculpture. That's nice. With his bio, though, you just know that art sculpture is edgy as fuck. Call sign nihilist. Yeah, no, I think PS359 has it right. Nihilist is the way to go. And do we have a name for Dr. Henry, or do we want to stick with Dr. Henry? Radar651 comments that Henry is the kind of guy to bring a pipe wench to a boxing match. Doc Henry's got to stay. Yeah, no, I think we're going to stick with Dr. Henry. Okay, so that's we got 2 elite mech techs. We did really well on our techs. Okay, so that's our lads and lasses set up. Next thing we need to do is go to the parts in need report. Don't need any of those. Parts in use. And we want to order... yeah, we'll order replacement parts. Order parts. Let's get some parts ordered. There we go. That's everything sorted out so we can bring up our stock. And now... Oh, we didn't check the hardware. Oh my god. You can tell what my priorities are. It's the people. So let's have a look at the hangar. So before we do that, let me just mute myself very briefly. Apologies, I've been talking a lot today, so my throat's getting a little bit sore. So let's quickly add a new force. We'll put this to command force. And we're going to want a... We're going to want a logistics force. Doop. And we're also going to want salvage. I'll worry about adding fancy symbols to these off screen. So the youngster has joined and they've said, I'm sorry, is the name of this merry band the Scrotorious Basterds? And yes it is! Courtesy of chat. And of course, we need the POW camp. So one of the cool things we added earlier in this year is the ability to just assign forces from here. So we can just click on our flatbed trucks, and we can assign them straight to a formation. I definitely agree with the sentiment that we should have it set up so that these are added to the tow automatically. That's something I'm going to look into. Of course, we need to do salvage. We're not going to get very far if we can't salvage our lads. And we just need one final force. And we'll call this base camp. And again, I'll come in and I'll make this shiny later on. It's not super important right now. And finally, we're just going to put our food truck and our mash truck into our base camp. Youngster says we'll need the salvage gear for when we swamp the clans, no doubt. Exactly, exactly. However, this has identified something that there is one more person we need to give a name to. Which I will do in a second. I'm just very briefly going to chuck tight ranks at the people who don't have them. We have so many children in the unit. Damn it. Oh, we'll deal with this later. We'll give everybody a rank later. But the person we do need to give a rank to is the leader of our prisoners of war department. So let's see. Sachio moves through life like a storm, always in motion, always pushing forward without a second thought. If there's a decision to be made, she makes it in an instant. Hesitation just isn't in her nature. Sachio doesn't know the meaning of the word quit. No matter how many times she gets knocked down, outmaneuvered, or told something is impossible, she keeps pushing forward until she gets the goal. Sorry, gets the result that she wants. So what should we call Sachio? So this is the leader of our POW camp. So we need a suitable name. Chat, have you got any suggestions for a name? Chumbawamba. What's the? I need an explanation for Chumbawamba from PS359. Let's pick random while we wait for the explanation. Misfire would be an incredibly unfortunate call sign for a male character. Oh, Chumbawamba, I get knocked down but I get up again. Okay, that I can work with. Certainly better than Misfire. And Tyrus comments that Scandinavian food is pretty weak outside Norse and Viking stuff. Yeah, that's fair. But Chumbawamba, I think that works. Okay, but people dealt with, back to this. Let's assign some text. One of the things we changed recently was just having it set up so that you're actually going to start with enough text for all of the goodies that you get from the generator. Unfortunately, the company generator it's very old at this point and it's not very expandable. So when we added all this stuff, it's pretty difficult for us to go in and do a lot of the things that the players want. For example, have this stuff done automatically rather than needing to be set up at the beginning of a campaign. But yeah, let's have a look at the mechs. What have we got? An archer, tree bucket, wasp. The wasp 1A, my beloved. The wasp 1A is a fantastic scout mech during the Age of War. We've got Jaeger. Actually, let's just do one better. We can just have a look at it in the toe. So that's what AWOL lads. Got an archer, Jaeger, thunder, grasshopper, baker. We've got a tree bucket, griffin, scorpion. I mean, we're going to have a bad mech in there somewhere. Locust. Piloted by someone with the call sign Casket. They're in the Locust. That name fits. And our scout lads, we've got a wasp, another Locust, this time the 1V, and a panther that we clearly stole from the Combine. So let's go and find that panther, because clearly we stole that from the Combine. And as a matter of pride, we left the paint job on. So Yenboy said, "Oh wow, it actually applied the camo. Is this a new feature? I'm brand new, by the way." Well, welcome. No, the individual camo is it's something that's been in there for a while. I would love to expand it. And Nimbus Flight mentions, I think you mean liberated, not stole. Oh no, we know what we did. We're the Scrotorious Basterds. We know what we did. Tyrus comments that we can probably swap 3rd Lance Panther for the 2nd Lance Locust. I think that's a fantastic idea. So let's do exactly that. Panther's a little slow for the recon group. You're quite right. No, you're absolutely right there. Okay. Let's have a look in our briefing room. Oh, that's something we forgot to do. We need to actually set the force type. There we go. So this symbol means it's a logistics. It's a convoy, so we get resupplies. This is salvage. This is prisoners of war, and this just says that it's a non-combat force. Whereas these little attempts at a C-bill sign just show that these will actually count towards our contractual pay. Sotiris comments that if you're new, MekHQ is fantastic, but it is a deep dive. It is. It absolutely is. Make a lot of use of this tab here, the glossary. We added that early this year, I think it was, and it contains all the documentation, so much information. It's a really, really useful tool. So, we know what we've got. Let's find out where we're going, shall we? So I promised earlier that I would explain pity contracts. So, earlier today, literally on stream earlier today, we developed a system called pity contracts. And what that means is when you start a brand new campaign, you are guaranteed to have 4 pirate hunting contracts, which are these ones here. And these pirate hunting contracts will always have good contractual terms. So these are a great way to get yourself started. And the way it works is each month you'll get 4 pity contracts minus the number of contracts you have successfully completed. So when you start off, you have 4. Then once you've completed 2 contracts, that's going to go down to 2. 3 contracts down to 1. And once you've done 4 successful contracts, you're then going to stop getting pity contracts. So the idea is it's just going to get you started and stop you from being in the awful situation where you just can't get a good contract going. So Nimbus Flight says, if my current campaign wasn't the Fed Sun's 3025 campaign, where I've been largely finding Capellans and pirates, I'd probably have some Panthers in my force. They're just good mechs. They absolutely, I love the Panther. And Tyrus comments that they prefer the large laser refit. Yeah, it's the large laser refit is just better. And Radar comments that their current campaign started with a K2 catapult, and they called it Stolen Honor. That's cool. That's really cool. Now, I'm a big fan of the K2. I don't know if it's necessarily a good mech, but I really like it. So I'm not going to worry too much with the rest of this stuff. I'm mostly concerned with the 4 pirate hunting ones, because I know I'm going to get the best terms there. And this one up here, where they are offering us a grand total of 166,000 C-bills, I don't think we're taking that one. So let's have a look at these. So integrated, that's not a problem. It used to be really, really bad. Integrated was awful way back when. Nowadays, it's just you don't get to pick and choose your fights, but you're always going to have some support. They're offering a 60% transport, 30 salvage, 10% straight support. Okay, that's not great, but it's not awful. Let's see if we can renegotiate this 10%. Our negotiator turned up, punched their negotiator, walked out of the room, and then wondered why we didn't get more support. So I think we can say goodbye to that contract. But it's okay, because this one's offering 10 mil. 60% transport, 60 salvage, 40% straight support. Yeah. Yeah, it's over in Lost Frontier. I think this is good, but I definitely agree with Tyrus that we should check out what kind of world Lost Frontier is. And Radar commented, wow, who's your negotiator? John McClane. So let's have a look at Lost Frontier. Okay, so it's on the Draconis border. It's a little bit lower than Earth gravity. That's not too bad. It's breathable, standard, atmosphere. Yeah, that's not too bad. We can definitely work with that. So I think from a purely financial point of view, I think it's hard to say no to that 10 mil. Especially when the alternatives on our pity are minus money or 1 million C-bills. So let's go ahead. And we're going to try and renegotiate the integrated, because it's not going to really be a problem if we don't get that. So let's have a look. And it's still integrated, that's fine. Let's go ahead and accept this contract. So this appearing now is not a bug. The idea is that it's telling you what... It's kind of like a status report from your employer. And it's telling us that the enemy is gaining momentum, making coordinated strikes, and ally forces are falling back. The enemy is beginning to dominate in key areas of the battlefield. That's a problem. That is a problem. But you know what problems have? Solutions. And we've got PPCs. So Radar comments, God, I would kill for 0.9 gravity right now. I've been fighting the Andurians for so long that I am sick of fighting on 1.2 grav worlds. And Tyrus has added that high gravity is hell. High gravity is awful. So here's the liaison contacting us. There's a few things I want to talk about here that many players might not be aware of, because I assume most of y'all just hit confirm and go on with your lives. But this speech here is actually different based on your reputation with the employer. So for example, the Rasalhague Republic. And this military liaison is our military liaison for the entire duration of the contract. And I say, I'm Beckley Woodley. I've seen your work and it holds up. You've got a solid rep around here, keep it up, and the missions won't stop coming. Plans are in place to integrate your unit into our logistics network. Surplus supplies will be redirected your way monthly, but distribution will be needs-based. Basically, we're going to get resupplies. But they think we're okay. They're on good terms with us. So let's just say we're looking forward to working with them. That's a purely roleplay option. And they've offered to assist our personnel in getting our equipment to transport. We are absolutely accepting that offer. You should always accept this offer unless you have a very good reason not to. And it's only going to cost 1.4 million C-bills, and it looks like most of that's getting covered. And the good thing is it's only 18 days away, so we're not going to spend a huge amount of time in transit. I don't expect we're going to need to hire any extra facilities. Famous last words. But hopefully we won't get too many pirate captives. So let's just double check. It says it's 18 days. So let's go ahead and advance 18 days. Scrotorious comments, oh, you reminded me of an issue I should report with travel time. Oh dear. What's the issue? So looking at our 18 days, it looks like one of our soldiers has gone on maternity leave. Scrotorious says, if you have access to a command circuit, you can arrive like months ahead of a contract start. So what should be happening there is it should automatically update the contract start date to when you arrive. So that's definitely a bug if that's not happening. Looks like we've got a whole bunch of goodies. And that's it. Okay, good. Nothing too bad. So right now we're just using the default veteran playset. We might change it a little bit at a later date. But for right now, we're just using the default veteran preset. So we have arrived, or at least we should, tomorrow. Boop. Interesting. Who broke this? Okay, so it looks like... Oh, we haven't arrived on the planet yet. That'll be why. What a fantastic start. I promise, I do know how to play this game. So this is offering us whether we'd like to put in some inoculations for Lost Frontier. Now this can be pricey. It's going to cost us nearly 1 million C-bills, but it's going to ensure we don't get any horrible, nasty diseases running through the campaign. We definitely shouldn't have lost the CP though. That's something I'll need to look into. But that's also one of the reasons why we're doing Friday Fight Night. It's to kind of give us an opportunity to spot bugs that would get missed otherwise. Because most of y'all, if you're playing, you might not even realise that's a bug. Here we go. Okay, so Charlie Lance, you are going on patrol. Everybody else, frontline. Yeah, that should be fine. The captain looking around. Why isn't everybody ready to go out patrolling? Captain, we haven't landed yet. This is pretty much accurate. We're going to put Baker Lance into... Let's see. It may be worth training a force if you can spare them. I don't think we can. I would much rather have... I'm trying to decide if we want one of these forces as a reserve. Oh no, who's the 7/7? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! And just a reminder, folks, I know my voice does sound very masc. I'm still very early in my transgender journey, but it is she, her, if you can. So, we were going to send Charlie Lance out on a patrol, but I feel like Charlie Lance might struggle to get out of the bay door. So, Charlie Lance can go on training. No apology needed. P.S. It's all good. And Baker Lance. Baker Lance is now the patrol Lance. Oof. Before we get started, have we got anybody with enough XP to stop being a 7/7? Actually, we're going to be smart. We're going to hit Quick Train. Go for it. Doesn't look like anybody leveled up. Ah, well, that's fine. Okay. Let's look at our area of operations. We've got an early warning center. That's useful. So Radar asks, Baker, how do we get stuck on patrol? Able, because Charlie Company can't walk 2 feet without tripping over their own feet. Yeah. Now the thing is, I don't know that Baker Lance has much in the way of scouting skills, so this might be interesting. Congratulations, Baker Lance has found themselves. We are, however, we're gonna give ourselves that campaign victory point that we shouldn't have lost back. So PS359 says, the upside is that she should be able to train them up fast, so it doesn't take many XP to get improved out of Ultra Green. Absolutely. Best deploy Charlie on the... Oh god, you're right. Yes, I completely forgot that I need to deploy them. There we go. Oh, they managed to scout an adjacent hex as well. Good job, Charlie Lance. So what are our objectives? We need to locate and capture or destroy a designated facility and beat up the baddies. Oh, and we need to maintain control over ours. Okay. Well, Charlie's eyes work better than their feet. It does seem to be that way, doesn't it? Okay, so Baker Lance has returned. Let's continue just walking them around. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. it would appear Baker Lance has found an enemy convoy. Oh no, a critical convoy escort. I believe I think it's one of our allies' convoys. See what we're working with, shall we? And it's an essential. Okay, so this essential means that it is it is contractually required. I have to complete this. If I fail this scenario, it means no matter how well I do, I can only ever get a partial success at the end of the contract. So moderate snowfall, no thank you. Clear, thank you. So we have a convoy, our lads, and about equal VV of the bad guys. Okay. That's not too bad. Could be worse. Oh, there's a turning point. Like I said, when I tell you, it could be worse. So turning points aren't, they're not essential. You can miss turning points, but each time you do, you're going to lose contract victory points. But it looks like we've got 7k worth of allies. Oh, and Charlie's already... Oh my god. Charlie Lance, what are you doing? Charlie! Oh no! What are we gonna do? Oh no! We have one support point. We have one support point. We can try to reinforce them. Okay. We can't... We have a target number of 8 to reinforce. Okay, I think they successfully reinforced. Yay! Okay, this we can save this. All they have to do is arrive in a reasonable time, and we can do it. Tyrus comments that they can't believe we're like less than a month in and there's already drama and last stands. This is just how my campaigns go. It's like the game knows that I'm a developer, and it's like, you know what? We're gonna fuck her up. We're gonna fuck her up so much. Well, it's January the 25th. Can we... Oh, yeah, should we check this? Okay, this is good. We can work with that. It's January 25th. Let's go. Let's go, lads. An ally convoy, blah, blah, blah. So this is just saying that we need to stop them blowing up our convoy. And we need to route 50% of the Op 4. And we will control the field. I can only blame myself. So if Iceman is completely right, I can only blame myself. I did this to me. Okay, so the good thing here is we only need to wipe out 50% of the Op 4, and we will control the field, so we can actually get some salvage out of this. So we're going to send in the salvage lads. We're just going to grab a couple of terrible techs. Because the thing here is that the tech themselves doesn't really matter. You just want people that's replaceable, so that if you have accidents, you don't suddenly have Dr. Henry get spread across the terrain by an unexploded SRM. So Dearest comments that don't take the high skill ones. Salvage accidents have killed so many people. Yeah, no. I'm really glad I introduced salvage accidents, but oof. Okay, so we're about to go into MegaMech. It may not transition automatically, so I may need to set up a MegaMech scene. If that happens, it will just take a couple of moments. Let's see. Oh, no, it's working. Okay, that's nice and easy. Okay, what are we facing? got reinforcements? Who let them have that? Okay. We need to kill 50% of the Op 4 before round 6. Round 6 hits, we're fucked. We're probably fucked anyway. But that's okay. We're the Rasalhague Republic. This is what we do. We get fucked over by enemy mechs in red. The youngster says it's unfair to be reinforced, except for Charlie, of course, for they need it. They do. These guys don't need an extra bazillion BV. I'm trying to see if there's a way to see the... I could have sworn there was a way to... Yeah, here we go. So they have 8.3k and we have 4.5 and some work mechs. Team overview? I'm not seeing team overview. I know it should be up here, but I'm not seeing it. It's fine. Oh my god. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. It's up there now. So we are looking at 5.4k of our glorious Rasalhague Republic Patriots versus 8.3k of the Red Assholes. That is the name of these pirates. They are the Red Assholes. What are we looking at map-wise? Okay, that's not too bad. Let's, time to die. Have no fear. We will get rid of the jingle. There we go. Okay. I really should have done a test fight before I jumped in here, but I do apologise. So we're just going to do some quick setup. There we go. Oh, no, can't use that view. There we go. I hope you folks realize what I'm doing for you here. I'm not able to use my secondary monitor where I'd usually have the full readout. The sacrifices I make. We don't need keyboard. We don't need planetary. Let's scoot all this over here. It's a little bit bigger so we can see it. Okay. Soteris has come to the unfortunate realization that the facility we need to destroy is a mech base. Oh, I fucking hate this. This is awful. But we can do it. We can do it for Rasalhague. So PS359 says, can you pull out a partial win by just getting the convoy off the board? Because killing 50% of the Op 4 is not happening. So the way I... Yeah... Honestly, I agree. I think we're just going to have... The thing is, they're industrial mechs. They're going to die. We are fucked. But that's okay. Oh, I forgot to turn on individual initiative. Normally I use individual initiative. But that's fine. So Nimbus Flight asks, are we even going to make it to the clans now is the question? Never underestimate the power of persistence. Also, possibly we may only need to kill 50% of the initial Op 4, so that's normally how I roleplay it. So if we can kill 50% of the original Op 4, I'm happy enough for us to count that as a victory. Probably not a full victory, but a victory is a victory. So this is the first Battletech game I've played in about a year. And I wasn't particularly good to start off with. And who let them have a Thunderbolt? Who let them have this? Why don't I get this? Get rid of this. Okay. Let's pop on isometric. I do like isometric. And let's... Okay. What are we working with here? We've got a tree bucket. What weapons are we looking at? Mediums and LRMs. So if we can hold back with the tree bucket. To quote the Twitch streamers of legend, chat, are we cooked? Okay, let's back up. We're not going to get much in the way of PSR, but I feel like we need them to come to us. As much as I want to get this fight finished, I'm mostly concerned with just surviving, to be honest. Griffin 1N, that's the PPC. Okay. Let's swing around here. Try and get some line of sight. One N, that's also PPC. We got a lot of PPCs, lads. Take care, PS 359, and thank you for the good luck. We're gonna need it. So Nimbus comments that my Panther here looks like it's only really useful as a distraction with his pilot, but could be worse. Yeah, I think frosting might be fucked. But hey, you never know. Worse pilots have hit. Great news, everybody. Op success. The forestry mech didn't immediately explode. Scrotorious comments that there is a point in just withdrawing them as soon as possible. I think he might. Small victories, yeah. I think, honestly, I hadn't noticed the reinforcements, and I think if I'd noticed the reinforcements, I probably wouldn't have fought this. The thing is, this is a required scenario, so we at least need to try. So it looks like the only fire we can draw on is chuck ourselves a few LRMs down. You have to bear with me, chat. I'm just trying to remember how to target. It has been so long. It has been so long since I've played. I have it targeted. Oh my god. I was waiting for a line to draw across, like that happens. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. And we can't LRM from there. Can we torso twist? Oh. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. There we go. Have at you. Let's see what steroid can do. Can't really see much, but I think we're just going to continue bullying this Whitworth with PPC fire. 8%, that's not great. But hey, we've hit worse. So that's not going to overheat us, so we might as well shoot it. Scorpion, I don't believe, can torso twist. Yeah, the Scorpion can do a grand total of jack shit, which is the most a Scorpion has ever done. Frosting also can't do anything. But as a 7/7, we weren't expecting much. Okay! Way! One of the forestry mechs is always getting fucked up. Okay, the initial barrage, some of the forestry mechs got smashed up, but that's fine. Scorpion will probably be better as a melee bot. At least it can fuck. At least it can kick. And Radar adds that the Scorpion can do jack and shit, and Jack left town. Yep, it do be like that. Okay. So Nimbus adds that Trebuchet can only fire one LRM. You can't multi-select weapons. It looks like... I don't think it made a huge amount of difference, so it's fine. I think at this point we're just going to continue our heroic but tactical retreat to the map edge. How are we looking over here? I do feel a little bit more comfortable trying to fuck up that Shadow Walk. Also, Tira says that they're autistically enthusiastic and they don't get to back city. Tell them off. It's definitely not a problem. I am terrible at this game. I just want to move my dudes forwards and unga bunga my way to victory. I think my mistake was I didn't lower the difficulty. I should have done that. Okay. Let's draw some fire onto that Whitworth. Okay, +4s on the Witty. Let's hitty the Witty. So I was intending to bully the Wolverine, but it looks like the Witty is in a better position to be bullied, so... Still heat neutral. I don't feel like we're getting good target numbers to warrant going blam 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 blam. And again, the Witty's the looks like the one that we want to kill. So we're like 3 or 4 PPCs down the range of the Whitworth. We might get lucky. And Terrace adds, if I distract them long enough, the Industrials might actually be able to run away. They're not going to. They're Industrial mechs. They're not making it off the field. I know that. You know that. We can say that. We can keep hope alive. But we have him in abandoned. We've been abandoned by hope. Okay. Ha ha ha! Take that! Take that, you bastard! So the Whitworth has taken an LRM-15 to the dome. Unfortunately, they stay conscious. And that looks like it. They fell over! Yes! Fall on your ass like you belong there. So the Whitworth pilot has now taken 2 hits, which is a significantly better start than we deserve. So right now, as long as the Whitworth fails its PSRs, you should have an easy kill. That is absolutely the hope. So we're going to bring up Moon in. And we're just going to try and bully the fuck out this Whitworth. Because we control the field. Even if we fail the scenario, we still control the field. So all we really need to do is last longer than the units we're meant to be escorting. Because as soon as they're dead, we can just call it quits. And then claim the salvage. Which could be a shiny brand new Whitworth, if we're fortunate. That's not good. That's not. Let me just flash in my ass. I'm just checking my angles. Yeah, that's good. Damn it, the Whitworth got back up. Get back here. Let's just check our weapon angle. Yeah, get back here, you bastard. By the way, the Scorpion now has a name. If it survives this fight, we are going to christen the Scorpion Mr. Krabs. Okay, so this is turn 4, I believe. Turn 3? Okay, cool. It says at the top. Oh, so it does. Yeah, let's just keep fucking up the Widdy. Let's hitty the Widdy. We're going to be a little hot, but that's fine. 2 points is nothing. We're not really manoeuvring much at this stage. No! The Whitworth's hiding from the Griffin. Boo! Boo hiss! Haha, but Mr. Krabs can get in there with a PPC, and we're actually going to be gonna risk it for a biscuit and throw in some SRMs. +1? +1? Yes, I think I do. And with Frosting, we're also going to throw in some SRMs. I got really excited. I thought that was us blowing them up, but it's them blowing us up. Womp womp. Okay. We hit the Whitworth in the face again! Yay! Little by little, we are turning the pilot of the Widdy into soup. Ooh. Oh no, again, that's them blowing us up. I keep getting excited, but the enemy's blowing us up, thinking it's us blowing them up. Of course it's not us blowing them up. Tira adds we should rattle can them to death, and Nimbus concludes that, come on Frosting, get the PPC headshot you know you want to. I don't know about Frosting, but I know I want them to. And of course, we're not going to randomly punch buildings. We're not dirty mercenaries, we're Rasalhague Republicans. Okay, I think we need to start rushing at this point, because otherwise the Whitworth's going to get away. We're not rushing through rubble. We do not have the piloting skill to rush through rubble. That's a height 2 building, though. Can I just move up here? There we go. We can get a decent TRM. Let's just check our weapons. Oh, that's right. We can do that. So, Tyrus has suggested we pass the other player a few times to burn initiative of the Industrials. I forget that because I always use individual initiative and forget that's something I can do. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think it looks like there are no more people to pass to. So we're going to go, and we're just going to rush in a little bit. We're going to try and grab that +3 TNM. Maybe we don't bum rush the Thunderbolt. Just a thought. Where's the Widdy gone? Yeah, I think we're going to be using our lasers. It's medium range, that's not too bad. Fud's a green pilot? Oh, okay, in that case. If we can knock him over, we can keep him down. Got to be careful of the Wolverine on the right flank, though. We don't want to accidentally show our asses to them. Let's assume we're going to go for the 2 TRM. What are we working with? It's a Griffin, so... Oh, it's a Griffin in that case. We're going to lose some targeting from the heavy woods, but we can beat up the Whitworth from behind. Radar adds that a Thunderbolt is better salvage than a Whitworth. Yeah, it is, but we've got to kill it first. The reason why I was bullying the Whitworth is just because I kind of figured it'd be an easier kill, and if we can get 2 of the original force down, then we basically win. I know we're not going to get much TMM for this, but putting ourselves in the heavy woods so we can rain fire and death down the Witty just seems like a smart move. Yeah, exactly, straight into the woods. And you got Frosting. Okay, so we can get into Lightwoods and still have range down on the Whitworth. When in doubt, hide in the woods. Yeah. No, that's true enough. Okay. So Munin's not in a great position. But that's okay, because we can fry it. We can send down some laser death. Die. A little overhot, but die. Okay, I'm going on to steroid. Time for some PPC death. How much is the heat? Heat 4, it's going to take us to 13. Yeah, fuck it. Off we go. Kill! Maim! Okay, we definitely need to cool down on Mr. Krabs, because otherwise Mr. Krabs is going to explode. Okay. Frosting, the little mech that can. Okay, looks like one of the forestry mechs is getting burned alive. The red assholes. The red assholes are... Okay, we're into internals on the CT on the Widdy. Fuck you! Fuck you, Whitworth! Fuck you! Ha ha ha! Clap, 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 clap. So the Whitworth is down. If we can kill one more mech, we actually maybe win. I don't think we're going to win because I think our forestry mechs are trash. But a kill is a kill. So Nimbus decided we can't repair it, but we can strip it because it didn't die from ammo explosion. And I don't think the pilot eject. No, it's death by CT. I think that kills the pilot. There's the forestry mech going up in flames. So that's at least one forestry mech down. Okay, so yeah, Mr. Krabs is a toasty lad. Oh, they're stuck in the wreck. Okay, for some reason in my brain, I thought if you cored the mech and the pilot didn't eject, the pilot was killed. But I must be confusing HBS. Okay, so Tyrus is. Thank you for keeping track of that, Tyrus. I was struggling to think that. So Tyrus has added that 2 industrials down. It's officially mission failed. So yeah, even if we kill more, we ain't winning. So at this point, if it will type, come back. So you may be wondering why I'm doing /victory. This is a bit of a MekHQ trick. MekHQ itself is smart enough to determine whether you've won or lost. But the way /victory works is it just requires for the enemy to go, yeah, you won, which Princess does automatically. Whereas if you do /defeat, the enemy has to go, yes, we accept your defeat, and then you have to do defeat again. So it's just a lot more reliable. So Tira said we could try and kill one more for a draw. I don't think it's worth the risk. I really don't. Do I want to save a game of the games, gift of the game summary? No. That was one of the additions that Luana made. I absolutely love the gameplay gifts, but I don't think we need it. Save them all in case we need it later. Now it should, at least it used to, switch back to MekHQ. Okay, so the briefing said that we control the field. So even though all we did was turn up, walk around a bit, and obliterate a Whitworth, we still get to salvage. And we're undamaged. Oh, okay. So it has cost us the contract. We have lost the contract, or at least we can never get a total success. But we didn't lose anything. We just lost a few LRMs, which we can definitely recover from. So I think, really, in our hearts, this was a victory. Let's see how bad the Whitworth is. Yeah, see? That's not too bad. It's missing a center torso, but the rest of it's strippable. Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. And it's worth 500,000 C-bills. We didn't capture anybody, that's fine. The Whitworth kill was one Dingo, Mr. Krabs. Yeah, we have... I do believe that is a decisive defeat. No, I say it's a decisive defeat. We did take one down. Let's just call that a normal defeat. I think ultimately it was net positive. So let's grab that. And we have to say, are we going to salvage it or are we going to sell it for C-bills? Now this icon here, eventually we will have a system where you implemented where you can field strip. So you could, for example, rip a medium laser off a mech that you otherwise weren't going to do anything with. But that's not implemented there, so this is just placeholder. So Oh no, you're right. We don't... Bugger. Alas, the employer gets it. Those pesky contracts. That's it. Our employer is the great and glorious Free Rasalhague Republic. So it's not that the employer is stealing from us. It's that we're donating this Whitworth to honor the Rasalhague Republic. And everybody knows the next salvage that we get is going to be so much better. Okay, got some combat actions, which is a free edge. We love to see it. I think we might have accidentally left... It says 0% salvage, max 60. Oh, no, I'm just being dumb. Okay. Next battle, we'll have an Atlas-y headshot and able to recover. Exactly. That's how it works. That's how it always works. But yeah, so that wasn't too bad. We had no right to win it, and we didn't. But that's okay. And we got 6,000 sea bills and battle loss for rearming the tree bucket. Unfortunately, in 2 days... Oh, that's right, I did spot that, beg your pardon. So, we had a suggestion. So let me go to combat personnel. Where is... I'm just going to make warriors. Who would we be looking for? There we go. So it was suggested that frosting needed a better call sign. They are now red frosting. And I think we need to... Dingo's a fun call sign and all. But I think we really know who this pilot is. This is Mr. Krabs. So Valcronis, welcome to the chat, Valcronis. Valcronis says that they want to see stuff that got left behind have a chance to show up in the market later. Still in the damage state, end up balanced. That would be amazing. Some kind of persistent op for is the dream. I have plans for it, but unfortunately, it's not really something I can take on just this second. Let's have a look. Do we have enough XP to quick train anybody now? Oh, it's thinking about it. Nope, nobody has enough XP to learn anything. Damn it. Ooh. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's advance 2 days. Okay, so they're back now. So all we did was we lost a tiny bit of armor. Apparently, I don't even know when we got shot. But we can mass repair that. Haven't set this up yet, so blah 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 blah. Everything's fine. There we go. Oh, helps if I select the units. There we go. All fixed. Everything's fine. So advance one more day and we should have a scenario. And one of our soldiers has given birth. Congratulations, Hader. A 2.6 kilogram baby. That's fantastic news. So Radar adds that the one thing they're excited to see in regards to Mega Mech was the work on Franken-Mechs being implemented. Yes, I wasn't aware that was being worked on, but that's Drake. Drake is the genius behind the Mech Lab. But that's really, really cool, I agree. Franken-Mechs will be amazing. Well, unfortunately, Warrant Officer Loki failed their training check with a target number. They rolled a 3, but their target number's 13. They cannot actually pass. So we're gonna check these other things. But yeah, okay. So there's absolutely no point in having Charlie Lance training because their Lance leader is fucking rubbish. So we're going to go and pop them on patrol. It's not going to do much right now because we're about to fight, but that's fine. Speaking of which, yeah, that's not too bad. Okay, we need to defend the base against the incoming enemy assault. About 25% of the base infrastructure must remain intact. At the same time, we need to destroy at least 50% of the enemy forces, and the victor will control the field. Becky Woodsley, I am increasingly disliking you. Okay. Let's send in the salvage lads. Where's my greenies? And BZ Retribution says they're glad to see me back. Yes, it's really nice to be back, honestly. I feel very refreshed. I spent the time learning C#, which is another programming language, and I'm enjoying having the opportunity to bring some of the lessons I learned from C# to MegaMek. Okay, what are we looking at? Oh, the glorious Rasalhague Republic has brought out the big guns. We've got a dragon, an Osrock, Crusader, and a Grasshopper. They've got some heavy machinery as well, so we can't just sit on our ass. Yeah, this is going to be a long fight. We've got a bunch of lads arriving on round 1, a bunch arriving around 5. Yeah, it looks like round 5 is when the battle is going to really begin. We can work with that. That was a demolisher. I didn't see the LRM carrier, but that doesn't surprise me. There it is. Before we start, this time I'm going to remember to go into game options. Actually, we're going to cancel out of this. Close window. Because if we do the options in MekHQ, it will actually be saved in the campaign save file. So we want to skip eligibles. We don't really care about eligibles. So we'll go through this later, but for now we're just looking for a couple of minor things. Initiative rules is the big one. Where is individual? Oh, it's under RPG. Individual initiative. There we go. I don't have the brain for thinking out who will go this, who will go when. I just like to have the game tell me who's going and when. So Nimbus Flight said that they brought the fuel cell demolisher to an IRL tournament once. Rolled Snake Eyes on the supercharger, and because no one had anything other than the BMM handy, we rolled it, the engine was hit, and thus became a turret. Yeah. Demolisher's the one that has the AC-20, isn't it? Yes. Double AC-20. In fact, there are at least 4 AC-20s on the field right now. I don't think C's coming home. I really don't think we're seeing C again. I think we're gonna wind the flag down to half mast. We're gonna salute as aerospace fighters fly over, and we're just gonna say goodbye. Okay. Let's see what happens. I forgot to check. Okay, so we've got 15k versus their 12.5. That's reasonable. Oh, it's on an urban map? Ugh. It's fine. We'll deal with it. Oh. I was about to say, oh yeah, we can deal with this. We'll just hide from them until I realised we're gonna turn a corner. We're gonna turn a corner, and there's gonna be an AC-20 just sitting there saying, "To whom it concerns." Okay, so we can already see something's down the line. What are we looking at here? That's one of the Bulldogs, so we know they're going to try and push there. And if I lose this battle, I need to retake the facility. Yeah. I think what we're going to do, here's the battle plan. We're going to deploy up here, and then we're just going to flank down this road and see how far we can get. Oh, Tyrus has commented that they're removing skidding rules entirely from core. Fantastic. Skidding it's just not good. I don't necessarily dislike the rule itself. I've been playing long enough to, like, I know of skidding, and so I know to remember when I'm moving. It's just the mental image. It just doesn't fit these powerhouses of battle mecha machinery that I have in my mind. So I'm just not a fan of how it works. Okay. Skidding over makes sense for hovercraft? Yes, exactly. So we're going to play a little bit passively, because we can see the Op 4 forces are down at the front, and they're going to be moving up. So we are, as I say, we're going to play a bit passively. We're going to wait for the Op 4 to commit, and then we're going to come rushing out. Because we've got lighter mechs, we have to skirmish. One AC-20 to anywhere on any of our mechs, and we've lost a mech. Radar's added that we have lighter mechs and we're waiting on hype to arrive. Exactly. And Tyrus has commented that if we can isolate the vehicle, remember standing directly on top of one is not a bad plan. That's true, because you can stomp on them and they can't shoot you. BZ Retribution says that the first time they tried getting into Battletech, they got into the skidding rules in Total War, put the book down, and walked away ranting to anyone who would listen. It was a year before I duped myself into trying again. Yeah, it just isn't fun. And I am like a historical wargamer. I do not mind crunch. I love me a Napoleonic firing line. But when I have my big stompy robot game, I want them to feel like big stompy robots. I don't want them to feel like bad skaters on an ice rink. Nimbus says that skidding would make a great optional rule, but not a good base one. And I agree. So we're going to be prompted to attack, because we're always going to be next to a building, and it's just annoying, but there's no real way of getting out of it, because you might want to kick the building. The game has no way to know. Exactly, there could be infantry in that building. What have we got down in the corner? Okay, so the Devastator's there. Can we see... And Demolisher's over here. So I know this isn't particularly exciting viewing, but there's absolutely no reason for me to bum rush right now. We really need to let the heavy metal of our allies carry the field. And if we can flank someone, glorious. There's also, and this doesn't work on Princess so much, but there's a naval term that we use a little bit in MekHQ nowadays. It's referred to as fleet in being. And the idea is that... Did they fall over? They did. They did fall over. Everybody just clap, 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 clap. But yeah, so the idea of fleet in being is we have a force here that isn't particularly powerful. It's fair enough. But by just positioning ourselves on the left flank, the Op 4 has to plan around us. They can't just bum rush forward because they know that we can flank out at any given time. Again, it doesn't work too much on Princess, but it's a strategic idea that's quite useful to keep in mind, especially when you're playing tabletop war games. Scrotorious adds, it's an area of control doctrine. By being there, you force them to account for your presence. Exactly. And really, when we have 2 stingers and a couple of wasps, the most we can do is be an inconvenience. So I'm interested, folks, while we're at the early days of this particular fight, not a lot's happening. How long have you all been playing Battletech? Oh, hell yeah! The LRM carrier's gone. Oh, that LRM carrier is super gone. So Radar and Nimbus say they've been playing for just over 2 years. Fantastic. And Terrace says they've been playing the HBS game and then got into MegaMek before they got into Tabletop. That is actually a surprisingly common pipeline. Because people play the HBS game, then they look for other ways to play Battletech, and invariably they come into MegaMek and MekHQ. And then, of course, they then find out that there's players near them that they could play in person. And they end up in the tabletop. It's one of the reasons why the MegaMek team kind of has the support, in a sense that they're not shutting us down, of Catalyst, is because we are actively benefiting the game. I am definitely going to need to get back to the gym. My shrimp spine is very shrimpy today. Yeah, because they've got dual AC-20s on both flanks, so I'm concerned about pushing. So I think really we're just waiting, and if they break through our lines, we can move forwards. But we definitely just have to let the heavy metal in our allies take the 4. So Heckendoc says, you know, a wise person once told me that I was very brave for streaming the nightlies. I'm not even streaming the nightlies. This is a prototype build that hasn't even reached nightlies yet. So Terrace adds that my jumpers, which would be my wasps, can probably maneuver safely in blind spots, but I wouldn't risk the locusts. Yeah, the locusts are just going to explode the moment someone looks at them. So we're just going to carry on just hanging out at the back and letting all this beautiful heavy metal in our center line just handle the fun. The real question is going to be where Alpha Lance arrives. I can't remember exactly where they're coming on. Turn 5! We made it, gang! Look at this! Look at all this extra metal we've got. So 2 more rounds? Did we only need to last for 7 rounds? I didn't realise there was a time limit. Oh, I see. They arrive on turn 5, I'm on turn 4. That explains it. Oh, that rifleman is having a very bad day. Oh, it even says in the corner. I hope you're all enjoying the lovely, gentle lo-fi music we have as we commit metal mayhem. I find that when things are stressful in your life, it's nice to just sit back, chill out, and hit the big red alpha button. Tira says it's 3 in the morning, they made some pot noodles, engaging their current hyperfocus. In their lane, thriving. Absolutely. What kind of pot noodle? I haven't had a pot noodle in years. Yeah, we've got any lovely red. Ooh! So the rhino's having a bit of a hard time. Oh, chicken flavour. I see. Yeah, I don't think a pot noodle has ever seen a chicken in its life. So we've got crew stunned and some turret damage to the rhino. So our allied Crusader is doing fine. Their Crusader falls on its ass. Freydar says, that rifleman is what happens when you give a second-line mech to a front-line combatant. They mistreat it. Yeah, exactly. If you give the hunchback pilot a support mech, it's just going to treat the support mech like a hunchback. And that's never going to end well for the mech techs. Tira says riflemen are tragically bad and it isn't really their fault. Yeah, I think the rifleman would be a lot more interesting if mech anti-air was actually good. So that rifleman's down to structure in its right leg. Looks like we're bullying the rifleman. I am absolutely fine for that. So Heckendock says, for your awareness, I found that the standard warning red and Mega Mech is hard to read on stream, but it's significantly easier for viewers if you line it one shade of red towards pink. Okie dokie. Yeah, we can do that. Let's see where client settings live. I think it's in game options. It's not in game options. It's in client settings. What am I talking about? Client settings. We're having windows fighting with each other. Okay, now let's go to client settings. Okay, let's pinkify. Okay, let's see if that's easier for you all to see. Turn 4. We have survived an entire 4 turns more than I was expecting. Admittedly, we have survived by doing nothing, but sometimes doing nothing is the most strategically sensible thing to do. I think, so Terrace comments that understanding of the rules is one of the reasons why the the rifleman's so bad. And yeah, I just think just the rifleman is just not a good mech because it can't even fulfill its sole objective well. Like, its whole reason of being... Okay, so the Devastator's scootling down there. It has AC-20s in the turret, which means it can swivel. I would love to go up and start bullying the Devastator. It's got one shot left. I think it's time. I think it's time to start our flanking maneuver. So, let's rock and roll. Let's see if we can't snatch ourselves a Devastator. And if nothing else, it's going to take some pressure off the centre. Especially with our allies and their allies arriving pretty much now. Might be able to jump around the bend? That's a good point, let's see. Oh god, we can. Ah well. Live and learn. I think because of gravity, we might not be able to make it. But it is only a TN of 4? Whee! It succeeded, we're fine. I wasn't punished, I learned nothing. Space Swedes is built different. They are. Okay, unfortunately, we have an entire amount of jack and shit to shoot, but that's okay. The whole point of this little venture down Death Alley is specifically to take pressure off the centre and also see if we can't snatch ourselves a Devastator. Have I brushed up on my Swedenese for this campaign? That could be fun. Not yet. Right now we're in aero denial. Exactly. Oh. That rifleman is continuing to have a bad day. Unfortunately, it looks like one of our support just got shot in the face. That grasshopper is equally having a rough time. Okay, vehicle immobilized on the Rhino. That's useful. Say it aloud. Say it proud. Boom, shakalaka. That Crusader is paced. We absolutely love to see it. Nimbus comments that luckily for the person who came up with Swedenese, they didn't have to actually figure out how Swedenese would work. Heckendoc asks, am I using the playtest rules? I don't know, I'm just using the default settings. I think that's a no then, yeah, I think so too. I wouldn't mind using the playtest rules, I'm just not super familiar with them. Whereas, and with me just getting back into the game, I don't want to implement a bunch of rules that I don't quite understand. I do like the new ammo explosion rules. So I might include the survival stuff. The new ammo explosion rules just make sense in my head because it allows us to have a game where mechs can survive to be 100 because they don't just get incinerated the moment someone looks at the machine gun angrily. Okay, why is that? Okay, it's hiding behind the screen. There we go. Because I want to see how's their BV looking. Okay, so we've knocked out just around about 25% of them. If we could push and knock out another 25%, we actually win. this back up. Nimbus comments that machine gun ammo being as devastating as a nuke was always hilarious. It was. But this comes back to... This comes back partially to the history of the game. But more importantly to... In my mind, I like my battle mechs to feel like battle mechs. And the problem with the ammo explosion rules is it made them feel too much like World War II ships. So it looks like the lads have arrived. So how about we give these pirates the Swedenese hello? So I feel like at this point, we've won. I don't think they're going to be able to recover from us just materializing their back end. Which is completely fine by me. I am more than happy to win. It happens so rarely. But with them already missing 25%, I don't know that they can recover. And because we're using an individual initiative, we can't initiative sync. Yeah, so Terrace is coming in, we got bogeys high northeast. Yeah, I spotted that. But we only have to defeat the original force. We don't have to also defeat their reinforcements. We changed that rule a few versions ago. Okay, what is Jezebel using? We've got machine guns, medium lasers. Oh, she's in a thunderbolt. Mwah, mwah. Okay, let's march forward. Put the fear of God in this bulldog. And we can continue advancing on the left flank. I suppose it's... No, the left flank makes sense. Oh, not running over there. A little bit of lag in the game. It's my left, so it makes sense? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like the bulldog shat its pants and ran over there. I am fine with that. So we're not going to get any firing, but that's okay. Because just us being present here is putting on so much pressure. Just stroll through the corpse of their LRM carrier. Blackwater getting to zoom down Death Highway. So let's scoot and see if we can't get rid of this. Take care, Heckendock. Thank you for popping in. And I haven't said it already, but I absolutely should. If you're enjoying the stream, hit that follow button. We stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday. And those are the dev streams, so you get to see us actually developing MekHQ. Thank you for the follow, Radar. And then on Friday evening is Fight Night. We'll be continuing this campaign until we die or get bored. The goal is, we've started 5 years before the clan invasion. So we're building up our forces to fight the clans for the glory of the Rasalhague Republic. Weird, why aren't you showing me where I can shoot? Apparently I turned it off. So it doesn't look like we can put any fire down from Jezebel. That's okay. She'll have her time. So BZ Retribution said they started in 2030 with the same plan. They might have put themselves too far out. Yeah, I think... So the reason why I picked 5 years is I want to be able to get a few contracts down, get used to, have the campaign build its personality. But I didn't want to be in a position where I was just going to be able to overwhelm the clan. So I want it to feel like I'm an inner sphere force fighting the clan invaders. And that means we're probably going to die. But that's okay. Losing can be fun too. Ooh, Radar says their group started a year ago in 3025. They only just hit the War of 39 and the Andorian Rebellion. That's really cool. Just waiting for rum. There we go. Look at that -1 to hit modifier. We're not going to aim because it's just not worth it. But we are going to enjoy this 97% chance to hit. So let's go pew. Pew. Pew, I say. Pew. And we still have 7 heat left. So... Pew. And we're not going to shoot this mech warrior. That's not how we roll. We're not combine. So let's just shoot and see if we can't get rid of this. Rhino's continuing to have a bad day. I think that Devastator's out of AC 20 ammo now. But it has certainly made it count. So here we are. We have... Okay, the Rhino's destroyed, but we also helped. So... we stunned the crew a little bit as they got themselves blown to pieces. Yeah, it seems everybody decided to make that Rhino an X-Rhino. Wrong button. Skip attacks. There's no kill like overkill. Absolutely. And so far, by allowing our allies to take all the brunt of the fire, we haven't, so far, we haven't really taken any damage. Now that is liable to change now that we're actually entering the fray. Oh, did I fight? Have I got a leg weapon? Oh no, I can't kick it because it's already dead. Okay, let's have a look. I want to see how they're doing on the TM. Bring out the round report. What are we looking at? So the Pirate Op 4, the primary lads, they're down to 62%. So if we can shave off 12%, we can actually win. We're still sitting at 92% overall to their 72. We've got a 20% advantage. This could work. I mean, this could also go terribly wrong because that's how Battletech shakes out. Okay, so we're looking at a Rifleman and a Rhino there. The Devastator is out of ammo and it's A220. It's a lot less scary. So I think now is the time. Can we turn? We can turn. What's that Rhino got? 2 medium lasers are the only real threat. So let's jump in and say, oh, hello. that rhino. Now the rhino can still move, but that's fine. Now the rifleman rather, has moved, and it's actually facing away from us, so we can get some nice back shots in for the rhino. The temptation to jump here and start kicking the rhino from behind is not small. This lad just has medium lasers that would be any threat, and there's no other hostiles around. Let's see what the target number would be, and we can use that to decide. So, target number is 7. But the rifleman can flip its arms backwards as it lacks lower armor. Yes, that's right. And with a 7-7 pilot, if a Mr. Kick, he's not getting up. Yeah, no, you're quite right. As fun as it would be, let's not do it. I do think we're still going to jump, though. But I think we're going to stick to our area of denial plan. This is only height 1, so we can shoot over it. Actually, let's just, rather than burning up so much heat, let's just scoot our asses here. Nah, here is the way. Could jump after the Drillson. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. Jaeger mech, AC. Okay, oh, that's okay. So knife edge, let's back them up. There we go. Odin is in the archer. So we've got some medium lasers. We would prefer to be at longer range. We just don't really have anything at long range. So 70-ton kick, exactly. What we're going to do, we're going to push Odin down center. We're just going to try and pour some fire into that rifleman. Back up Jezebel. We don't have any fire from the rear to worry about, so we can use Jezebel and the Thunderbolt to play football with the Bulldog. Okay, so there we go. So the temptation is always to shoot the dismounted pilots, but that's not how we roll. As I mentioned before, this isn't the Draconis Combine. It's not how we do things in the Republic. I'm just checking my heat. 72% chance to hit is very sexy. Looks like the rifleman torso twisted towards Odin. Loki can't see the rifleman, but we can blow up the rhino. 42 on the left laser, medium, okay. Tira says, but we are bastards. Maybe a little war crimes is a hobby sometimes, yeah. I think it depends on the opponent. If we were fighting the Combine, we'd be taking no prisoners. So let's fire some SRMs and a medium laser into that rhino. We're just trying to melt off some of his armor. It's already pretty damaged, but we can try. They're pirates. They didn't sign the Ares Convention. At this point in the era, nobody's signed the Ares Convention. So we have an option. We can pour more fire into the rifleman, or we can blow up this rhino. I'm going to target the rhino just because if you look at here, the yellow bar, the rifleman's in a really rough state, and I think we're probably going to overkill it. So let's try and tackle the rhino instead. And we're pretty heat neutral, so we should be able to pour 4 medium lasers and the large into the rhino. So that Rhino's going to have a very rough day. So here we are, back on the... okay, so we can't shoot our leg SRMs because of the building. We can shoot a medium laser over the top, so that's fine. The grasshoppers, Atira says they love them so much. Grasshoppers are actually really good. I don't think grasshoppers get the recognition that they deserve. Let's see what's going up. Okay. So Knife Edge and the Jaeger can't do anything, but that's okay. We'll forgive them. And Odin has a clear line of fire to the Devastator. So let's introduce it to 4 medium lasers. Oh god, rear-facing medium lasers, why? Okay. So again, I'm just looking at our allies. I can't really see many people pouring into the Rifleman. So seeing as we've only got a sole medium laser, we're going to put that into the back of the Rifleman. Ideally, we're going to take out the Rhino and the Rifleman this turn. So Nimbus Flight says, yes, the Archer, it's 2 useful and 2 ass medium lasers. Yeah, I think the next time we've got some downtime between contracts, those ass lasers are going to the front. Okay, Jezebel. We've got a pristine Bulldog right at our feet. So first off, we're going to fire the SRMs. No, we're going to fire the large lasers. Why are we doing high to low? Start that again. There we go. So we're going to open with a large laser because we want to try and melt a hole in the armor. And we've got an 83% chance to hit. So we're going to pour in as much fire as we can reasonably accomplish without cooking ourselves. So what I'm doing is, as I'm pressing fire, I'm just keeping a close eye on my heat buildup. It's free over, that's fine, because these machine guns aren't doing any heat. And the thing is, when we've got an 83% chance to fire, we really can't afford to not take that opportunity. So we are going to go a little bit hot, but we're also going to get a kick in. So this could be enough to toast the Bulldog. So Tira says you can fire everything except the large laser and LRM as a short range bracket on a FUD, but the large laser is sometimes needed as a can opener. Yeah. And 5 over, if I remember correctly, that is just movement penalties. Okay, so Jezebel took a bit of damage, but it doesn't look like anything breached armor. Odin's got hit by the Devastator, but we waited until the Devastator ran out of AC-20, so they're nowhere nearly as scary. The Rifleman continues to have a really bad day with yet another hit to the face. They've actually got 1 armor left on their head. Okay, so Grasshopper, Rum of the Scrotorious Basterds firing at the Rhino. We've immobilized the Rhino. That's good. The Locust is on destructor on its right arm, but it's a Locust, so I don't believe it actually has anything in the right arm. I think it's all chin lasers. Okay, Thunderbolt on the Bulldog. We fucked up its motive, but it's still alive. It's immobilized as well. Has the machine guns in the arm if it has the base Locust? Oh, that's right. But the machine guns have done absolutely nothing for us so far. So their Osrock has fallen over on its head. They have, however, remained conscious. That's impressive. So we're now going into melee phase. Casket isn't going to do anything. The 3V, look, Radar says the 3V has the extra LMM, extra medium laser. Okay, that's good to know. So I'm just being very careful as I advance that I don't accidentally skip past Jezebel because I want to be able to get her kick in. There we go. It's stomping time. 100%, yes thank you. And wait for the damage report to come in. So the Rifleman has lost its right torso. It's got a crit on the foot. The Rifleman's never getting up again. Boom, bada boom, the Bulldog is dead. That Rifleman's just toast. It's never getting up again. The pilot's blacked out. They've got 3 total hits. They're probably not waking up again before the match is over. Oh, the enemy pilot that got dismounted in like turn 1 has finally woke up. The 1M, Locust 1M with the LRMs can be useful in very specific circumstances. But not frequently. Okay, so. They are gone. 48%, we have won. Let's slap in that victory and enjoy our salvage. Congratulations, everybody. We have routed them. Because remember, the objective is only to deal with the initial force. Now, because we don't have skip remaining phases, because I forgot, we are going to have to go through this round. Which is annoying. But it is what it is. So we're just going to back off. We don't want to take any fire that we don't need to take. Now what I will do is after this round I will turn it off so that when we declare victory, the game ends. It's not really simulation-like, but I just prefer it that way because if things are going really bad, you don't want a situation where you're just guaranteed to lose an entire Lancer mix. Because as much as I am for all the roleplay side of MekHQ, I still, as a player, want to have a chance of winning. It doesn't need to be a big chance. Just a chance is nice. So we've just given the command to all our lads to back out and trying to avoid taking any unnecessary damage. Radar 651 says it's sometimes fun to lose, but it's better to win. I think losing can definitely be interesting. It can definitely be fun. So Knight, thank you for joining stream, Knight. Knight comments that they found outnumbering them 3-1 in BV helps ensure winning. That is absolutely right. So here's a fun fact. Knight's been a MekHQ user for a very long time. And they have a habit of having very, very large campaigns. It is in fact one of their campaigns that I use to stress test MekHQ. Skipping fast all the fire because we just want the game to end. Just making sure none of our beautiful salvage got wrecked. And we're good. Okay. God damn it. We just want the game to end. They're going to destroy our salvage. Princess, why? That rifleman was... I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say that rifleman was pristine. It wasn't. But now it's even less pristine. Unnecessary. Can't give me my victory screen. I won. I'm just going to type victory in just to make sure that Princess knows we have won. So, Radar651 comments that the rifleman is fixable. To which I retort, but do we want it though? So it said that the victor controlled the field, and the victor is us. Mwah. Okay, so with the only fire we took was to our 3V. It looks like we lost some armor on the right arm and on the left leg. So yeah, that's fine. We'll have a bit of internal to repair, but this is nothing. Riflemans can be nice if treated properly. You mean sliding them towards the stripping hanger, where we strip them for everything they're worth and then sell the parts? I agree. Okay, so in the salvage pool, we've got the rifleman. That's actually, how bad is the rifleman? Okay. It's not that bad. I don't want it, but it's not that bad. My concern with the rifleman is it'd be something I'd want to sell rather than something I'd want to field. I really don't like the armor on the rifleman. BZ Retribution says, you and I have different definitions of bad. We've got a vehicle. The rest... What's the Crusader? Oh! That Crusader is very salvageable. I didn't realise it took a cockpit crit. That was a through armor cockpit crit too. That just went straight through the glass. Yeah, no, this is good. It's missing a torso, but we can rebuild it. We have the technology. Yeah, no, this is... Oh, this is the Crusader that's torso exploded. And the good thing is, we don't even need to wash out the cockpit, because the cockpit's just gone. Okay, so the Crusader, we're eyeing up the Crusader. They're pirates, so the ammo bin was low. Ah, that explains it. You keep having stream freezes? Oh no! Is anybody else having stream freezes? Nope, smooth. Okay. So try and restart BZ Retribution. It could just be your side. Oh, Nimbus is 100% right. That's what happened. So Nimbus has explained that the pilot jumped out of a damaged but still functioning Crusader after it had the ammo bin blow. Right, of course, the auto eject system for ammo detonation. Right, of course. Okay. Did we take any prisoners? We took a prisoner! We have our first prisoner! And our second! And a third and a fourth! Ah, it's a happy family! Oh, and Jezebel got their kill on the Bulldog. Okay, so on this point, I don't know why these didn't spawn, so we can count this as correct because there wasn't anything to protect. This should have been turrets that we needed to protect, but for whatever reason they didn't generate. That can happen. Technically in the log it will tell me why they didn't generate, but I really don't care. So I will say that is a decisive victory. We took absolutely nothing. Even our allies didn't lose a unit. So I'm thinking... yeah, I think that's a decisive victory. We absolutely smashed them. And here's the goodies! Hee. Okay, let's just duct tape that Crusader straight. We needed to share it. We needed to tow it using 2 recoveries, and we want that salvaged. But we now need to salvage something else expensive. So let's tow this Rhino. There we go. So that evens out. We've used 49 plus some floating % out of 60. Just checking to see if there's any other way we could make it up by doing any other units. I don't think so. So I'm happy with that. We've got ourselves a mostly brand new Crusader, and our employer gets a Rhino. Everybody's happy, and the good thing is we've still got like 11% salvage for the next scenario. And we have definitely done it. So this screen is a bit of a trap, because eventually you get to a point where you always click confirm out of habit. It is always important, if you see a "are you sure," just wait and ask yourself, am I actually sure? Okay, we get ourselves some edge. The Scrotorious Basterds are edging. One edge for Charlie. One edge for Charlie and one edge for Alpha. So in fact, everybody, all of our combatants now have edge. Okay, just checking. If there's anything that we need to worry about. There isn't. Look at it. Isn't she beautiful? And Tyrus comments that, honestly, considering how cooked it seemed to were, we're fine. By the skin of our scrot. Yes, by the skin of our Scrotorious Bastard. Our bastard scrot saved us. But yeah, no, okay. So the thing is, we're not going to get a complete success on this contract. But that's okay. That's completely fine. We definitely need to try and get some support points because we cannot reinforce anymore. I definitely think reinforcing here was the right call, though. So what we're going to do, though, we're actually going to mothball the Crusader for now. The reason why we're going to do that is I try to avoid repairing units mid-contract if they've taken a lot of damage, just because worth ordering the parts and then mothballing. Oh, that is smart. Yes. Let me just hop this up and go reset minimum stocks default. No. Order minimum stocks. There we go. And then mothball. That was a great idea, Tyrus. Fantastic. See, this is why I need you guys around. I can't be trusted on my own. But let's slap you into mothball. Yeah, that's fine. Boop. Boop. So that should be mothballed tomorrow. Okay. So Radar says, so when you're ready to rebuild it, you have the parts on hand. Yeah, and what I like to do is I like to go back to my home planet and just rearm in a maintenance bay or something. Rearming, repairing mid-contract is just inviting important parts to get broken. And especially when you're on your first contract, you really can't afford to waste money. So everybody's returned. Don't know why it's alerting me for that. There's nothing there. So Radar comments that, yeah, I don't like repairing in the field, even in the dropship unless I have to. Yeah. But no, let's go over to the bay, and I think we should just be able to clap instant mass repair. Let me just double check that it's still set up. I didn't save. God damn it. I have a love-hate relationship with this thing. Save options as default. Yes. Instant mass repair. Okay, and we just need to wait a little bit longer for the right arm to get duct tape to get together in. BZ Retribution says, I often don't have a choice. If I don't repair, I don't have the forces to complete the contract. Yeah, that is definitely an issue. You do need to be somewhat judicious when it comes to what scenarios you take. Okay. So we're just going to advance one more day. We just want everybody to be tip-top and packet perfect before we go back out into the field. Had some maintenance. Everything's looking good. Okay. Okay, so we've had our first two scenarios, and they didn't go terribly. Looks like we even got a support point out of it, so we can reinforce again. We've got ourselves a campaign victory point. We've got ourselves a support point. We still need to find the hostile force. Not the hostile forces. We still need to find the enemy facility. But right now, we're actually in a really good position, or at least better than I was thinking. So let's send Charlie out. There is a mech base out there, and Charlie's going to find it. Not now. But next time, Charlie will find it. So the thing is, with advanced scouting, you do want recon forces that are actually made up of light mechs and light vehicles to do the scouting. You can scout with the heavier stuff, but as we saw, where the heavy stuff just scouted the one hex, it's just not very efficient. Okay, it's time for employee turnover. But nobody wants to leave the unit because the Scrotorious Basterds are amazing. Who would want to leave us? Morale update. Okie dokie. Both sides are evenly matched, with neither gaining a clear advantage. Skirmishes would continue, but the outcome remains uncertain. The enemy reliability is +2 because they're pirates, they're not very good. But our performance over the past month was rated as a decisive victory. We rolled a 12. The enemy forces are wavering. See? This is going well. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, and we got some marksman awards going out. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at that juicy XP we're getting for free. So Tira says, I love advanced scouting. It's making me think about using things like VTOLs and light units. And Feisman says, everything is fine. So advanced scouting, I have a love-hate relationship with. BZ Retribution, I'll explain in just a second. The reason I have a love-hate relationship was because advanced scouting was meant to be just this quick in-out thing. Took a couple of hours for me to do, and would just give a nice little boost to encourage people not to just scout with assault units. And then people suggested some changes, and we implemented those changes, and what we got out of it was fine. I think it works fine. But the player base was really decisive over it, and yeah, it was a very feels bad moment during a period where I was pretty worn out as a developer. So I think now people have gotten used to advanced scouting. It doesn't have the reputation it did, but it's taken a while. So BZ Retribution asks, and they're referring to the status update where it updates the enemy morale. And they say that screen confuses me. The text above says stalemate, but the text below says the enemy is wavering. Which is it? So stalemate is the condition, the morale condition. So their morale is the field of control is. Let me start again. The enemy morale is stalemate. Wavering means their morale has gone down. Rallying means their morale has gone up. So previously they were at whatever levels above stalemate, I forget. So now they are wavering, so they've gone down to stalemate. So Knight comments their favourite scout unit is 3 VTOLs, each carrying an infantry unit, all with high perception sensor ops. Works well and keeps the BV of discoveries low. You say that. So, everything Knight has said except the last sentence is correct. A VTOL unit with infantry is without a doubt the best scouting unit. You are going to scout half the AO in a single blip. It's fantastic. But, let's go to campaign options. I want to show you something. There used to be, at a time, that the infantry do help the scouting, yes. Specifically gives you extra scouting checks. They do get a roll. And because they're mounted in a unit, they use that unit's movement speed for the purposes of scouting. So we got into campaign options. We got into operations and digital GMs. And you see this here, don't use seed forces. How the game used to work is when a force found an enemy unit and generated that scenario, the BV of the scenario will be based on whichever unit discovered them. However, with don't use seed forces, we no longer use that system. Instead, we generate scenarios for a rough average, a weighted average of your current combat forces BV. So that ensures that there's no advantage to generating scenarios with low BV forces, but you're also not being penalized overly if you've got one lance, for example, that's full of your best units or your best mech, and the rest is a bit rubbish. You're not going to be penalized for that. It just normalizes the scenario values. So that's what I say when I'm saying that Knight was correct, except for the last sentence. Oh, where were we? I think we were scouting. Just check our daily report. We've got a couple of dropships in the market, but we can't afford dropships yet. Let's see. Oh, we got a bonus dependent. Let's just see if there's anything juicy in the market. I don't think we really need to buy anything. I just want to see. Oh, wasps. There's not really anything in there that we care about. And Charlie Lance is back. Worth expanding the salvage pool. There's an idea. I didn't even think about that. And I developed the system. I should think about that. What have we got in vehicles? Couple of battle mech recovery vehicles. A heavy battle mech recovery vehicle. And it's on the civilian market. I do think the heavy battle mech recovery vehicle is probably the one we want to go for. It's $500,000. We're sitting on 14.5 mil right now. It is undeniably useful, but it is a little bit overcosted. The heavy will pay itself back quick. Yeah. Okay, let's go with that. So let's see, how long is that going to take to arrive? 89 days. Okay, so we're not going to see that this side of the contract, I don't think. So everybody in chat's agreeing that the heavy recovery vehicle is the one to get. So that's nice. We grabbed that. Giving my shrimp spine a bit of a stretch. Let's head back to the AO. So here's the thing. You might think that because a scouting force will scout adjacent hexes most of the time, it's you don't want to deploy in a corner here. That's not actually correct, because how I set it up is it will attempt to scout adjacent hexes. But if it got, for example, 4 reveals, so this hex, 03, and 103, but it still has a 4th reveal, it will ignore these 2 hexes and just go further out. So as a general rule, you're never going to lose searches. Okay, so we're still doing good. Let's change Baker Lance to frontline. Let's continue advancing. Ooh! It is time for our resupply. So we're going to use our convoy. And I think we're going to have a balanced resupply. Radar says, I remember one mission I was so short on mech pilots, I got desperate and sent my head mech tech into combat while piloting a salvage mech. Yeah, Yeah, no, those are the experiences that I like to create. So they are offering it us entirely for free. It's 500,000 C-bills worth of stuff, including some bits and bobs for the Crusader we salvaged. Is it free because we're a faction campaign? If I remember correctly, yes. I reasonably remember that being the case, but I could be wrong. It has been a very long time since I wrote the resupply stuff. So let's have a look. What happened? We couldn't fit the... We didn't have enough room for the vehicle engine, but I don't think we really care. Okay, we're good. Charlie Lance is back. We're not low on any parts. So back into the AO we go. I like how the background music we've got playing has just become very jovial. Like, this is a happy go time. So see what happened here. We were here. The only empty hex was the one we were in, and the one we were in here. We got 3 reveals, so we then went further afield to grab this one as well. So, maintenance is going well. And Charlie Lance has completed their patrol early, so they come back a little bit earlier than they should, which is great. That's exactly what we need. We're getting close to the Op 4 facility. I can smell it. Turns out it wasn't the Op 4 I could smell. But we did find something. What are we looking at? A turning point? Charlie Lance, we only found shit. Unfortunately, they did, though. We are looking at 6.5 BV of the Op 4 against more than half of their value in locusts, it turns out. Ooh. Let's try and re-roll that weather. Go away. Yay! It's only a moderate gale now. So they've got 6.5k. Who do we want to drop on their heads? I think the obvious answer is going to be Able Lance. Yeah, so I didn't write the code for that, so Tiras has commented that we really get to re-roll that again when you assign a force. I don't know if it's a bug or not. I think, and this is a big think, I think the initial roll is based on your overall campaign commander, and then you get to re-roll based on the force commander. But it could well be a bug, it's not my code. That isn't to suggest that my code is inherently bug-free, it's just that I don't know if it's a bug or not. Okay, so how long have we got to wait for this fight? It is on the 9th, we're currently on the 5th, so we've got a couple of days. Satira says, you don't got to tell me your bug code is bug-free. I like to think I'm getting better. Charlie Lance is back. So here we have a choice. We can continue scouting with Charlie, but Able Lance is not available right now. Sorry, I think we really need to find that enemy base. And how long we've got? We've got until January. Okay. So we've got a year to find the base. I still want to kind of push. I want to get the map revealed. So let's send out Charlie and see what they find. Oh, it's generating something. They found the base by landing on it. Oh my god. Charlie, you're terrible. How many times do we need to bail Charlie out? Yep, time to... Jesus Christ. Damn it. So we had a command failure. The reinforcement Baker will arrive, but they're going to be delayed. Oof. It looks like Charlie Charlie is sad. Charlie want a break. Charlie's tired of this, Grandpa. Okay. So they're also both occurring on the same day. So we're not going to be able to salvage both. Which is a pain, but such is life. Do we have anybody in the personnel market? Does anybody know how many crew we need for a heavy battle mech vehicle? Actually, I asked that, but I can literally have a look myself. 5. Okay. Gunners for what? It's not got any guns. What are they shooting? Foul language? And of course, the personnel market, we can't recruit right now because we're on military maneuvers. That sucks, but it is what it is. So let's have a look at this before we do anything too much. What are we actually facing here? Bulldog, Ostwar. Ooh, a Phoenix Hawk. I do like the Phoenix Hawk. I find a lot of people don't like the Phoenix Hawk, but I really like Phoenix Hawks in my recon forces. That SRM carrier could get nasty. Especially, oh, it's a swamp. Ugh. We are re-rolling that swamp. Radar comments that the gunners are making gun noises with their mouths while holding sticks. And Tiras has added, 1 man to ride shotgun, 1 bloke to hand out the beers, 1 fella to coordinate the other 2, and the last guy to call in sick. Retribution says, with the new personnel system and non-com roles, I am always desperately short of vehicle crews. Yeah, that is how it goes. Let's see, can we re-roll the swamp? We don't want to go fight Shrek. Wooded Hills, that's better. We can work with Wooded Hills. Blob crews, yeah. So I am really, really glad that blob crews were implemented. I just personally like to have all my people be real people, except the mech techs and the not mech techs, the medics and Aztecs. I'm fine not having 108 extra people in the campaign. But I do think that blob crew are really a great introduction. I'm really glad they came in. Radar comments that they're so glad they don't have to crew their ammo trailers anymore. Yeah, that was annoying. So what are we facing over here? Stalker, Banshee. So I think this is the fight that we're sending in. Oh, be careful, guys. We're in trouble. They've got a lumberjack. We're going to really struggle. I mean, I think that's going to be the biggest threat on the field. But yeah, this is the one we're going to send salvage to. Definitely. Okay. Let's advance to contact. Just make sure nothing else nasty turns up. They're green as grass. Are they really? Oh yeah, they're not good. The Banshee 3E is not great. Yeah, even in the Age of War, the Banshee 3E is not great. They were like, okay, what if we made an assault mech built around speed, but not actually give it any speed? It's like that meme about the office room where they're in the boardroom, they're like asking for suggestions. Then someone gets yeeted out a window. Okay. So we've got 2 scenarios queued up. I am going to take a short break to rest my voice. I would like to see at least one of these done before we close off for the evening. So if you give me a few moments, I'm going to go bring my doggies in from outside because they're yelling, because they're sad, they want to be inside. And I'm just going to go and rest my voice for a bit. I'll be back probably in like 5 minutes or so. Good timing, Radar, because we are back. Let's switch over. There we go. This has been an eventful stream. Let's see what happens next. What do we fancy? Do we fancy the breakthrough first, or do we want to do the command center? Any preferences? Oh, hello, Bandit. Bandit says hi. For those of you unfamiliar, Bandit is one of my cats. And speaking of unfamiliar, if you've been following and enjoying tonight's stream, consider hitting follow so you can catch all future streams. We do dev streams. We actually CV programming. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And of course, Friday evening, as we are now, we have Friday Fight Night, where we fight the night away. So seeing as nobody seems to have much of a preference over what we do first, I'm going to go with the breakthrough first. See what Able Company can do. Our objective is to break through enemy lines and reach the far side of the engagement zone with at least 50% of our dudes. Or we could smash 50% of theirs. We're going to go with smashing. The enemy will control the field when this is over, so we are not really going to gain anything, but that's okay. And we're not going to send in salvage, so I don't know why we had the whole conversation about which scenario was to send salvage to, because there's no point in sending him to this one. Okay. Don't know about the rest of you, but I'm getting nervous. Apologies for the mic getting bumped. Bandit is on his way to the catchery. So we're looking at Phoenix, Ostrock, Griffin, and an Oswar. Okay. Bulldog, not too worried about that. Manticore, it could be nasty. Yeah, the Manticore's rough. It's a good tank, but I'd rather it wasn't on their side. And the SM carrier. Okay, we're working. We've got it against us. Let's have a look at team overview. So we've got about 10k to their 6.5. And we only need to take out half of them. If we can take out half of them, we're doing okay. The real challenge is going to be taking out half of them without losing any of ours. As Radar's correctly pointed out, the SM carrier is going to be a problem if it gets in range, but the Manticore is going to cause problems. Yeah. The Manticore we need to take out fast. Okay, deploy minefields. Oh, we apparently have 2 minefields. How they got there. Maybe we send an aerospace fighter over. We're just going to dump them here. Mine density, as much as we could do. There we go. Have a minefield there. We'll have a minefield there. There we go. Maybe we sent out some scouts to see what's going on. So Knight comments that it seems so odd to see the enemies that they always play double blind. I always play double blind, but for getting back into the game, I'm probably going to do double blind later in the campaign. But for right now, I just need things to be a little bit easier for me to slip back in, because this is the first time I've actually played Mega Mech in at least 2 years. Okay. Time for deployment. So we can't see any of their baddies yet. Looks like we've got high ground, low ground on the right. Lots of forestry. I think we're just going to push center. This is at least mostly on the same level, so we're going to push center here. Wait for the spinning beach ball of death to do its thing. Deploying in the classic 2x2. Okay. I'm sure you can tell from my voice, I'm getting nervous. The last 2 fights went inconceivably well, given the hand we were dealt. So what are we looking at? What have they deployed in center? So the Manticore... Oh, of course the Manticore and the SRM carrier are best buddies. Why wouldn't they be? Now, if only they could just scoot a little bit to the right. But yeah, of course the Manticore and the SRM Carrier, the scariest things on this field, are just sitting there, chillaxing. Cracking a bud with the boys, or however it goes. Let's move forward and enjoy our sultry 1 TMM. Ooh. This Megamech is struggling. We have been playing for a while. So I'm gonna, because we're not really gonna get any rounds in. They're drinking Timberqueef Dark, yes. But we're not gonna get much firing in, so we're just gonna storm ahead and enjoy our TMM. We're trying to maintain formation because I like the 2x2. The 2x2 gives me a lot of control. They went through the minefield. Oh, that's amazing! They went through the minefield. Oh, that is perfect. Everything's coming up Rasalhague. Look at that. Look at that beautiful. Have you folks ever seen something more beautiful than an SRM Carrier nuking itself on turn 1? God bless you, minefields. God bless. Okay, I highly suspect we're not going to be able to shoot anything. Nope. Okay, so that black dot next to the SRM Carrier means that SRM Carrier is in forced withdrawal already. Now, we need to be careful. We don't want to shoot stuff that's in forced withdrawal. Otherwise, Princess will mark us as being dishonorable, and at that point, she will start shooting our units in forced withdrawal. So we need to be really careful. I actually didn't realise the enemy were deploying center when I dropped those minefields. I was just like, oh, we've got minefields, might as well stick them somewhere. And I'm very happy. So BZ Retribution says they leave their MekHQ for days or weeks sometimes. And yeah, it's entirely doable. The thing with my MekHQ is I'm actually running it from within IntelliJ. So my computer has to run IntelliJ, the stream, and MekHQ. Radar says, I saw a Shadow Cat take itself out of the field turn 1 by failing a supercharger roll and was just not a problem the whole game because it couldn't get close to use its Ultra ACs. That's amazing. I don't know why my end turn report keeps appearing behind. Only mildly annoying. Oh, apparently we have blowing sand. We haven't got any VTOLs on the field, so it's not really an issue. Okay. Now the good thing is we have this beautiful tree line we can hunker in. Walk forward, trip over rubble, crit your own cockpit. You joke, Tiris? I have seen that happen in a real life game. And embarrassingly, I still lost. One of the things I really enjoy about Battletech is just how crazy the randomness in Battletech can and how well it tells a story. Like, is Battletech inherently competitive? I don't really believe so. I think Battletech has gone towards the fluff and experiential angle of combat rather than necessarily being competitive. Feisman says they blew up their own mech by failing a free and critting their machine gun ammo. Oh my god, that is so sad. And Tira says it's too swingy to be really competitive, and I agree. Now, I don't have anything against people who prefer to play Battletech competitively. I just think there's better games for it. But it's a fantastic case study of a fictional historical wargame. Exactly. That is exactly what this is, and it's probably one of the reasons why it really appeals to me, is I am at my heart a historical wargamer. Okay, so it looks like we can get some firing down. Do we want a +2 or a +3? I think we want the +2. So we've only got an 8%, so we definitely don't want to burn too much. But we might as well get... Ooh, 28% chance on the large laser. Yes, please. We're not going to go overheat here. We're just going to plink a little bit down the corridor. Ooh, we have just enough heat to fire everything. Okay. Kung Fu Hippie, thank you for following. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. We stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday are the dev streams, where you can actually see me programming as I work on this game. And Friday night is, as you can see, it's Fright Night, where we actually play. Let's see, can we shoot anything down? No, there's nothing to do here. That's fine. So Radar says, I could do one better. I accidentally overheated my Warhammer 2C, I think 3, because my math was bad, and failed my PSR, shut down right in front of a Snow Raven Blood Asp. Oh my god. Like, if that pilot hadn't died, they are committing... I forget the name of the clan unlifing technique, but they are absolutely doing that. I personally would die of embarrassment. Yeah, I think we're still... I mean, I don't know why I'm checking. I know we're obstructed by trees, but I just need to see. So the only thing we can shoot at is the SRM carrier, but as that's in forced withdrawal, we want to avoid shooting that. Okay, are we just whiffing everything? Yeah, none of that juicy red text. Ooh, Falconer in our Shadowhawk, our ally Shadowhawk, has just smacked the Oswar in the face. We love to see it. Oh, of course, the round report's hiding. Everybody's mostly heat neutral. The Osrock's a little bit toasty, but not to a point that we care. And we don't care about the initiative report because we're using individual initiative. The main reasons I like individual initiative is it just speeds the game up, not just for you. Because Princess doesn't have to think through every unit she can possibly move and all the moves that they can form, it significantly speeds up Princess as well. Now, nowadays it's not as bad as it used to be, but it used to be that she needed every speed up potential that she could get. So we're not going to get any TMM here, and we are going to expose ourselves to basically everything. Thunderbolt, largely. I think we're just going to have to take advantage of the trees and just use this as a firing line and just sit up camp and do what we can. I see you there, Ostwar. You're not sneaking past rum. They may be drunk, but they're not stupid. And we're going to push Odin up through the centre. We want to get in those heavy woods, but we want to get some decent line of sight. And we're probably going to be trying to alpha down the Manticore. I'm just really concerned about the Manticore. Knife Edge is going to get a TMM. They're having to run, but I think that's fine. Our force is made up of fatties, so I'm not too worried. Alrighty, so damage high-low. Boop. So BZ Retribution says they really like individual initiative because it's more about the luck of the draw. So there is a concept called command and control that you see in some war games, but not all. So I just had to water the old whistle. And command and control is your ability to command and control your forces. And the idea is, in a game like Warhammer 40,000, you have complete command and control. Because you tell your Space Marines or your Orcs or whatever, move over there and shoot those dudes. And short of a few dice rolls going against you, you will move over there and you'll shoot your dudes. A game with low command and control might have a bag of beads, and each player takes a bead out each turn, and whichever bead gets drawn, if you get one of your beads, you get to go. If they get one of their beads, they get to go. Or in a lot of historical war games, you will tell a unit what you want to do, and then you have to roll a dice to see if your commander correctly issues the order. And so by creating friction, it means you can't always make the optimal move, because sometimes the dice are just going to go against you beyond just shooting. And one of the reasons why I like individual initiative, and in particular double blind, is because it lowers the command control you have over your forces, and just means that you're fighting reactively rather than just coming up with with broad Alexandrian plans. Okay, that waffling out of the way. I'm looking at these and I'm definitely feeling like the Manticore is the one we need to take down. I really don't like having the Manticore right there. So we should be able to fire our large laser, try and eat through its rather chunky armor. And let's see, we can fire off 2 medium lasers. I don't think the Mac guns are in range. They are not, so that's done. Tira says the bolt action does this. Yes, a lot of historical games do. It tends to be games that cater to the Games Workshop space that don't, but in a lot of historical war games you do have a lower level of command and control. What's the OSWAR sitting at? Mediums and SRM4s. I do think if we can just focus down the Manticore, that's going to free us up a lot more. Then we can start pulling back towards the south. So CM Peterson says that they should do more double blind, but found that they tend to make bad decisions and have their mechs shot to heck when they try to do double blind. That's half the fun. Half of the fun is not being able to always guarantee that you're making the most optimal move. Just very carefully watching my heat. Not because I don't want to go overheat, just because if I'm going overheat, I want to do so in a manner that is controlled. Ah, yes, of course, the archer with its ass lasers. Okay, we've got a 42% chance to hit with the LRMs. We are running warm, so let's back out of those medium lasers. Let's blad it with the LRMs. We've got a slightly lower chance to hit, but I think we have the higher chance of doing damage. Now we are going to be hot, going 4 over, but that's not a problem, that's just movement. So the reason why we're doing high damage first is we're using the higher damage to open up holes in the armor. Let me turn field of fire off and on again, because it seems to be showing the field of fire for the wrong weapon. There we go. So that's Tuso Twist. Yeah, we're going to fire our AC-5s. And by this point, we hopefully will eat some through the armor. So let's just do AC-20s down the field. And it looks like we can afford to shoot off 1 medium laser. The medium laser hasn't got much chance to hit, but it's free real estate if we've got the heat for it. Okay, let's see what happens. Ahaha! The Manticore is immobilized. It is a pillbox. And it was the machine gun. Those golden bullets. Fantastic. Oh, machine gun for the Locust. Okay. That means the Locust should get a really nice kick in. Won't do a huge amount of damage, but if it can stun the crew, that's taking it out. The little Locust that could, yeah. It's because it's a Rasalhague Locust. The Rasalhague Locust knows how to do it. Okay, the Manticore is double immobile. So it's definitely not going anywhere. So we certainly don't have anybody in melee range, but the Gunslinger in the Locust gets a kick in. It's taken out the LRM-10, that's fine. And the real question is what the Oswar on our right is going to do. If the Oswar continues to push, we're going to have to fall back. But if the Oswar, for example, starts backing up, then we might be okay. Radar says that Manticore is no longer a problem. Princess should abandon it. It's not crippled. Immobilization does not cripple, and we fixed that, unfortunately. It used to be that Princess for immobilization was crippled, and that goes back to an old rule, but we updated it at some point and sadly fixed it. Ooh, helps if I click done. Okay, I would have really preferred to know what that Ostwar is doing before we moved our right flank. Yeah, I'm going to risk it. We're going to stay here. We're going to use the woods as our TMM. And we're going to hope that we can pressure the Ostwar into backing up. If it realizes it has such a strong firing line against it, maybe it will choose not to engage. Skipping movement in Battletech is always a scary thing. But if you're sitting in woods, you've already got +1 or +2 TMM, so it's not as scary. I'm trying to decide whether we want to move run forwards. I think we can do it. Because again, okay, so the Ostwar's pivoting. We're now going to need to take focus off of the Manticore and try and get rid of that Ostwar. Otherwise, the Ostwar on our flank is going to cause problems. MekHQ's thinking about it. Okay, so the Phoenix Hawk's taking a wide flank. I think it's trying to use its large laser to harass. Personally, I just want some more people to move through my beautiful minefield. The Osterok was so close. Don't care about aim shot. Alright, so I feel that we're going to have Knife Edge and Rum try to deal with this horrible little Ostwar. So we're in pretty close, so we're going to open up with our medium lasers. We have a 42% chance to hit with the AC5s, so let's take that. That's decent enough, I'm happy with that. The AC2 is a 28, and it's going to overtake us. It's going to take us too much overheat, I think. Heat 1, we can afford to fire 1 and hit neutral. No, let's go for the Alpha. Let's go for the Alpha. Because we want to scare this Ostwar off pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Jezebel. So we're going to continue bullying the Manticore. Because it's still... Okay, it's got a jammed LRM-10. Okay, the Manticore is no longer a threat. Yeah, no, the Manticore is no longer a threat. So Radar says they love the Phoenix Hawk, but their mercenary unit has a terrible luck with Phoenix Hawks being running coffins. Yeah, so with Phoenix Hawks, you have... It's a decent medium, but you have to pretend in your brain that it's a wasp. Okay, so with the Manticore being negligible, what can we start taking out? So that Bulldog, there's a couple areas there. Okay, that's got a large laser. The large laser is what I'm particularly concerned about on the Bulldog. And the Bulldog's not super armoured. Griffin. So we've got the classic LRM-10 PPC Griffin. It's got a chunk of armor. The SRM carrier is enforced withdrawal, so we're just going to leave that alone. And the Manticore we're going to leave to Princess. Let our ally deal with that. So I think at this point, if we can remove the Bulldog from the field, that'd be nice. So we'll start off with our large laser to try and melt through some of that armor. We've got a bit of heat already, so we're not going to be able to fire everything. But we've got 58 on our medium laser. How much have we got on the LRM? 42? Yeah, and the LRM would take us up too much heat. But we can at least afford to go in with another medium laser. Again, going to try and melt through some of that armor, create some holes that other weapons can take advantage of. Again, aim shot, go away. Nobody asked you. You're not our friend. So Odin, again, going to try and remove this Bulldog. This Bulldog's not a huge threat. It's just a single heavy laser. Large laser, wrong game. Single large laser. But a large laser can do damage. And with the amount of armor and internals the Bulldog has, it's going to be easier to remove than, say, the Griffin. So we've got 97 on the medium lasers and only 58 on the LRM-20s. So we're going to have, again, another round of just trying to eat through armor. And that's going to take us heat neutral, which means next turn we can open up with the LRMs. Okay, over here with Rum, we are going to immediately torso twist and we're going to try and bring down this Ostwar, or at least scare it. So again, the aim here is just to scare the Ostwar away. Hopefully before the Phoenix can come in and start bullying us. So we've got 58s on our medium lasers. That's alright. Because we can fire them all, and we only have a 3% on the LRMs. So I'm happy with that. Here it is. Let's see if we do any damage. Where is my beautiful red? Okay, armor's holding. Okay, so we've knocked out Stabilizer on the Bulldog. Okay, the Ostwar has fallen over. They didn't get knocked out, but... Oh, they didn't take any damage, but that's fine. Especially as we're sitting right next to it. I'm very happy for them to fall over. So let's introduce them into Knife Edge's foot. This should be nasty. Okay, so... Knife Edge in their Jaeger has crit the shoulder and has taken him down to internals. Oh no, yeah, no, Jaegers have no armor. For Jaeger mechs, armor is a suggestion. That armor is definitely a thing that happens to other mechs. The Jaeger is one of the things we're thinking about replacing. I want to take that out and bring in the Crusader. Okay, so that brings us into round 5. Yes, round 5. We don't care about initiative because we're using individual. Okay, so we are going to hold position, and we're basically banking on the Ostwar either failing to stand up, or standing up and just not being able to move very far, because we want to keep in these woods. These woods are our friend. Not entirely sure what the Bulldog's doing, exposing its side to us. A side which I'm happy to exploit. I think it's trying to get in a side shot on Rum. Might have side slipped. Oh, you're right. Yes, I hadn't thought about that. Good call, Tiras. Again, I think we're in a strong defensive position here. We are definitely trying to get flanked by the Phoenix Hawk. Jezebel is sitting pretty. So I think we've got one more turn of bullying the Oh, the Ostwar is having a bad time. So we've got one more turn of bullying the Oswald, then we need to turn our attention to the Phoenix. Ooh, something just walked into the minefield. That Griffin walked through the minefield, but I think it avoided damage, sadly. Yeah, the Oswald fell over and crit out its LRM-20. Okie dokie. And its SRM. Oh, that is a nasty fall. It jumped over it. Oh, darn it. Okay, so the Oswald is right in our face. We're not only going to shoot it to hell, we're also going to get some kicks in. So 83s to hit, I am more than happy to have that. And 58s on the AC5s. And we should be able to get a single AC2 in there. But with 42s, we're actually going to get Alpha Strike again. It's only an extra 1 point of heat. We can afford that. And anything that'll get the Oswald off our turf. So that's Tuso Twist. And bring in that large laser to bear. Now we're still a bit toasty, but we should be able to get a good chunk in. We're not too worried about getting the medium laser. Oh, the LRM-20, LRM-5, oh, it's 8%, it was just loading. Okay. I thought that was awfully high for the LRM. So looking at what we've got, Bulldog is still the fan favourite. We'll let the ally take out the Osrock. Looks like we are running a bit hot though. 1 over, we can afford 1 over. And we should be in range for the Mac guns. Which is just free real estate on a 28 to hit. We could turn and slap the Ostwar. Machine guns are free unless you have them in rapid fire mode. Yeah, no, I think they introduced the rapid fire generating heat for machine guns because they're afraid that machine guns might actually be good. I'm trying to decide if we want to turn and bully the Ostwar with Odin. The Bulldog's not really doing much, so I think that is actually the play. Yeah, we can get 42% on LRM-20s, and we've already done a decent amount of armor damage to the Oswar, so this could be enough to crit it out. It's going to take us 2 points over, but 2 points is nothing. Okay, so the Manticore is just being abused by that Locust. We're getting some sexy crits on the Ostwar. Nothing too exciting. There goes the SRM carrier. That Ostwar is just falling apart. Our armor is still holding by the looks of things. And is the Ostwar falling over? The Ostwar is not falling over, sad. But we potentially can solve that problem of it not falling over with a little bit of MekHQ. 100% chance to hit? Don't mind if I do. Waiting for Princess to decide how to kick. Oof, the enemy Osrock kicked our Locust friend. Okay, our Locust friend unfortunately has fallen over and blacked out. That's not ideal. That is a lot. That is a lot of piloting checks. It has fallen on its ass. Very nice. Let me just pop. I thought I popped on isometric view. Okay, that Oswar is in a really bad place. I thought I had isometric view on, and I wouldn't have left it run there if I had. Yeah, that Osrock's dead. So what we're going to do now is we're going to pull back our right flank just to close up this gap, seeing as we didn't get rid of the Oswar this turn. Oh, it turns out my TV has switched to the Pokemon channel. Let me quickly go and fix that. Back. Oh, and I'm back. The TV we have automatically switches to a normal TV when it loses connection to the PlayStation, and it defaults to the Pokemon channel because the other channel options are garbage. Okay, I'm mostly happy where Knife Edge is, so I'm going to skip movement for Knife Edge. I'm not too worried about the Phoenix just yet. Rum is the one we're going to want to move back, though. There, the Oswar's scared off. Oh, the Phoenix is coming into play! Okie dokie. So let's get Rum back on the hill. Oh, they can't walk up there, but they can jump. I mean, if they can jump, why don't we jump them? Ah, it doesn't have enough jump to get behind them. That sucks. Or does it? Yeah, I think we're going to backstab the Phoenix Hawk with a kick to the back of the head. We're going to have to be careful because I'm trying to determine if the Phoenix Hawk has line of sight into the Odin. I think it might. So we're just going to back Odin up. We're not scared. We're not worried. Put that heavy woods between Odin and the Phoenix. That was a very bad move from the Griffin. And it'd be such a shame if Jezebel just happened to walk into these woods. Alt-click between 2 points. I can investigate that later. But yeah, let's bring Jezebel over here. We're having to run because we're moving through heavy woods, but that can give us a really nice view of the Griffin. Oh, one of our Rasalhague allies is having a bad time. Yeah, I think we've lost our fire starter friend, but that's okay because I think that's the only time they've appeared in the report at all, so they can't have been doing anything interesting. Okay, so back to bullying Ostrox. So I don't know why I'm bothering to click everything manually. Well, we can just do this. Alpha Strike. So we don't have great shooting into the back of the Phoenix Hawk. So I'm actually going to shoot up the Ostward to try and bring that entirely off the field. But we are going to kick the Phoenix Hawk, I think. Fortunately, the downsides of jumping is you don't always get the shooting that you want or deserve. So Odin doesn't have good line of fire because we had to bring them off the front line to protect against the Phoenix Hawk. So we're not going to get great shots, but we can get some shots. A couple of medium lasers, never hurt anybody. Or specifically never hurt us. They comment that the Hopping Jack and Jumping Jack SPAs are crazy strong. Yeah, they really are. Okay, Jezebel can say hello to the right side table of the Griffin. We haven't got great shooting, but we've got some shooting. We're going to be a bit over. That's only 5, and we're not doing a lot of movement this round. So I'm okay with that. Okay, let's scroll down and see if we can find any beautiful red. Ooh, Knife Edge got twatted in the face. That's not great. Oh no! Knife Edge, what are you doing? You're losing! There goes the Oswar. We crit out their ammo. Our friend Locust is gone, sadly. Knife Edge did not fall over. Hi, Any Boy. This is still live, yes. That Locust had an emotional event. It did. It had a very emotional event. That's the emotional event right there. So, back to kicking. So we're on higher oh no, we're not on higher elevation for Rum. But 40. Okay, we've got a 41% chance to kick, and we're going straight into the rear. However, because we're kicking, we're only going to do the leggies. So, I think we're gonna risk it. We're gonna risk it because falling over is funny. Oh no, we are on a higher elevation, so we're kicking to the upper torso. It's the Griffin that we're kicking to the rear. Again, 41. I'm winning. I'm willing to gimbal gamble. Oh, behold, football. Goodbye, Phoenix Hawk. So that is one less Phoenix Hawk we ever need to worry about. I do believe that is, in fact, the only damage the Phoenix Hawk has taken this entire game. Sadly, we will not control the field, so we do not get to take the Phoenix Hawk home. But we can take it home in our hearts. Sadly, Jezebel missed her kick, but that's okay. We'll forgive her. They didn't fall over. Okay, it looks like we actually dealt with both of the enemies that are hitting our flanks. So that might be enough to... that might be enough to take it home. I think we might have won this. But yeah, I agree. Rum needs a real call sign. So if anybody has any suggestions about what we should call our homeboy Rum, let us know. Hecking Doc, one of the other streamers, does some really good. Bird Kicker. Okay, we'll have to remember that. Initiative Report, we don't care about that. And by the way, everybody, if you're just tuning in, we are still live. Consider hitting that juicy little follow button. We stream technically 5 times a week, but we stream on 4 days a week. We stream on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday. That's how days of week work. Those 4 streams are dev streams where you can see me working on MekHQ. And then Friday evening, it's Friday Fight Night, where we continue our campaign. We're attempting to build our forces up with only 5 years left until the clans arrive. So I did not check whether they were out of forces. Let me see if the playlist shows us. Ah, darn it. The playlist does not show us how many... Force display? Aha, force display, okay. Let me see if we can see... So they have 3k left. So they have actually gone below their perfect. Okay, so they are actually defeated. So we're going to hit the victory. We're going to play out this round because we have to, because I forgot to click the thing that ends it. So we're going to hit victory, and we're basically just going to mind our own business. We're going to pull back, consolidate our position. So we're just backing up here because we don't want to take too much extra damage in these final moments of the fight. But there really isn't any fight left. The Op 4 is shattered, their corpses and metal wreckage are littering the battlefield, and so far, I don't want to jinx it, but all we've taken is a couple of minor crits, nothing too scary. So this is Twist Odin. That's our ally hitting the big red eject button. And we're going to skip firing. I'm not too worried about shooting him. We're taking a little bit of fire, that's fine. We're definitely hitting the option that ends the game when I say that it ends the game, though. Ooh. In the final seconds, the Manticore goes up in smoke. Well, we said we're going into this that we were going to kill the Manticore, and we certainly did. Golf claps in chat. We have done it. We are 3 for 3. I suppose technically we are 2 victories to 1 defeat. We don't want to save a GIF, but we do want to save the salvage, just in case the scenario resolution breaks. Radar comments that Manticore just became part of the pirate space program because that turret has entered low orbit. It absolutely has. Like, there is entered low orbit, and the crew is papering the grass. Save that. Well, I don't know about you, chat, but this went better than I was expecting. So, unfortunately, though, the rules of engagement say the enemy control the field. Sad. Because our objective here is to break through. And we certainly broke through. We went there and we smashed through the picket line. But because we're moving towards some tangential objective, we don't get to stick around. So we took a little bit of damage on Jaeger, but that doesn't surprise me because the Jaeger has all the armor God gave to Paper Mache. Crit on the foot, and we lost the foot armor, but that should buff out. Nobody took any hits. That's all good. The entire crew of the Manticore is dead. So we had everybody active at the end of the scenario, so we do count that as a victory. And again, I do think that's a decisive victory. We really didn't lose much. And there's no salvage, sadly. So have a quick drink of water. Because unfortunately, we do have another scenario today. And this is going to be the last scenario for the evening, because we're heading into 10 o'clock my time. So it's getting pretty late. But I want to get this scenario over and done with. Because potentially, if we win this, we could win the contract. So Knight suggests we use Packard or to resolve. It's quick. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Tiris. Bird needs to be Rum Kicker. So Bird is in... Let's find Bird. Where is Bird? There they are. There we go. The legend of Bird Kicker begins. We're just going to take a couple of moments before we jump into the next scenario. This will be the last scenario of the evening because we've started a contract, we've created our campaign, we've been going for a few hours. If you haven't already, please consider hitting the follow button. I've mentioned this many times, so people are probably bored of hearing it, but we stream 4 times a week, technically 5. We do dev streams on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And those are daytime streams where you can watch me develop this wonderful game. And then Friday evening, it's a bit more chill. I might actually get myself some beers next time. But this is Friday Night Fight Night, and this is where we take our wonderful campaign, the Scrotorious Basterds, in their 5-year adventure to build up before the clans invade in 3050. If you're new to MekHQ or MegaMek in general, I recommend starting with Rulebook of Choice. Right now, the game's going through a bit of a transitionary period. That is Battletech, not MekHQ. So you're probably better off holding off on buying any physical books just yet. There are plenty of fantastic YouTube videos on how to play Battletech and strategy and that good stuff. You can tell by how I play that I haven't watched any of them. But if you're new to MekHQ or MegaMek specifically, you'll find the link to the official Discord. Now, this isn't an official stream. This is my own personal stream, my own personal channel. But you can find a link into the official Discord wherever links live on Twitch. And feel free to ask any questions. We love new players. You'll definitely not get looked down upon. And there's no such thing as a silly question, just a silly answer. And if you do have any questions about Battletech, MegaMek, MekHQ, or just games design in general, feel free to pop them in chat. I love answering questions. We're just chilling for a moment. I grab some water and collect myself ready for our next fight. Now, this fight here is for the Hostile Communication Center. Now, this is actually the primary target of our contract here. We're trying to take out the pirates. But if we can take out their base, we're going to be a much, much stronger position. So Darius comments that, I think most of us recognize that the program is complex enough that struggling with any part of it is expected. Yes. You may have noticed that even I, someone who develops the game, does not know everything. Far from it, especially when it comes to the scenario side of things, because that's not my wheelhouse. I'm the campaign person. What is our target campaign victory points? So we need to get 3 more victory points to end the contract. And this is a turning point. So this will give us a victory point if we win it. It's a hot desert. We tell that over here. But it's perfect weather. Perfect weather for Mech Mayhem. So what do we think, chat? We need a better name. I can't just call you chat. I'm not some 16-year-old Fortnite streamer. I think I'm going to call you what you deserve to be called. What we all deserve to be called. Scrotorious Basterds. So what do you think, my Scrotorious Basterds? Shall we commence the drop? I think so. So this is a scenario where we have both Charlie Lance and we have Baker Lance. Oh, sex-based term? Drop the scrotes. Oh, there we go. There we go. Drop the scrotes. We're not commencing drop. We're dropping the scrotes. So, what do we got here? Becky Woodley. Again, I am quickly becoming disenamored towards you, Becky. But what do we got? A hidden enemy control facility, blah, blah, blah. We need to destroy at least 75% of the defending forces. This is not an occupation. This is an eradication. It's very dramatic. We're not looking to capture it. We just want to smash it to pieces. The victor will control the battlefield at the end of the engagement. Okay. I'm just going to return to the launch bay. Just double check that. Base defense. Okay, they have got base defenses this time, so it should work. This is very dramatic. Didn't you write this? No, I did not write this. I am current day Iliani. Past Iliani wrote this. And Pastiliani is the source of all bugs in this game. God, I hate Pastiliani. Fuck them. You also have to understand, I wrote this stuff like a year ago, and this is the first time I'm rereading it since then. So it's basically fresh to me. How many enemy turrets we got? So radar comments, it's future me's problem, Pastiliani. That's, yeah. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 turrets. We need to destroy around about 3/4 of them. So around that to 8. So we need to destroy 6 turrets. Okay, my Scrotorious Basterds, I hope you guys are keeping track of how many turrets we kill, because I'm not going to be able to. I'm going to forget. So let's drop the Scroats. Let's deploy salvage. You can optionally ignore the turrets. We actually can't. Oh no, we can rout 75% of the defending forces. Okay, so we can do that. Interesting. They have a blazer turret? Who let them have that? Who said they could have that? I didn't say they could have that. Ugh. The turrets are really hard to kill sometimes. Yeah, they really, really are. We do not have arty, and we don't have any flamethrowers. So I think we're just going to have to hope for the best. We have got 9k of allies dropping with us. So I think we're going to be okay. So let's drop the Scroats. Let's destroy the salvage lads. And find the trash. Oh, actually, we can do something better here. Let me go to our techs, and here I'll show you something. So if we sort by skill level, we can see the people we don't care about. The ultra greens at the bottom. So we're just going to select them. Ooh. And we're going to go down to flags. And we're going to mark them as a salvage supervisor. So now if we go to salvage, and we commence drop, we've got the salvage lads. And I think I mucked up. I think we might have a bug here, team. So what should have happened... Oh, I mean... Why are you... Yeah, I think it does remove them. I think I screwed up. Okay, we have, however, salvage supervisor. Okay, it doesn't seem to like it if I set the flags multiple. That's weird. That should be a problem. I'll need to have a look into that. But that's okay. That's why we do these things. We're not just having a great time. We're bug testing. So let's see. Well, whatever it is, it's clearly not working, but that's okay. We can do it manually. We're not against a little manual work here. Okay, let me just stretch out my shrimp spine. A workaround exists. Exactly. Okay, so we have our reinforcements arriving on round 9. That's not ideal. Would have preferred them to arrive a little bit before round 9. But if you remember correctly, we had a command error, and as a result, our reinforcements arrived late. Our allies are pretty chunky. We've got Stalker, Cyclops, Victor, and Archer, so I am more than happy to let these lads take the brunt of the enemy forces. Yeah, this looks doable. Let's switch over to team view, see how it balances out. So we are looking at 15k VV to their saucy 9k. I think we're going to be okay. Admittedly, a third of our mechs, so about 5k, is arriving on turn 9. But even so, what we're going to do is similar to the last fight that Charlie Force arrived. And we're going to hold back and let our allies take the brunt. And Yenny boy, please don't worry about asking questions in chat. It's what chat's for. If I can't answer it, someone else will. Scoot us up. So Radar comments that even with the defender's advantage, the enemy is still massively outgunned. They are, and they're definitely outskilled. Not by us, but by our ally. Okay, looks like we're coming in from wherever the hell we want. So let's have a look around. Looks like we could come in from the north. Got a nice road up there. I feel like our ally coming in from the south, east, not south. Got the Blazers right there. They are happy to have that. Oh, they got Inferno SRMs too. Oh, that's nice. That's nice for them. Yep, allies right into the Blaze turret. But you know what that means, Tyrus? It means everything. It means it's not our problem. And if it's not our problem, we don't have to worry about it. Clearly, Command knew what they were doing when they slapped the chunky lads over there and let us do our own thing. Speaking of our own thing, I think we're going to come in from the north. We're just going to march down this road right into their back lines. And it cause a bit of chaos in the rear. Who doesn't like a bit of chaos in the rear from time to time? Knight comments that past Iliani was all read the docs. Present Iliani is much nicer. Past Iliani was a little bit grumpy because past Iliani was very overworked. Now I'm doing things like taking days off and hanging out with the Scrotorious Basterds on stream. Clans don't like chaos in the rear. Tell that to the clan invasion. That's right. The Scrotorious Basterds ready to bring the red assholes some pain in the rear. I can't believe I keep forgetting we need to rename these the red assholes. That's fine. And we've been having audio issues earlier in the week, so I just want to double check. How's the audio? We doing good? I keep checking because I'm paranoid. I think we've fixed the audio issues. I just like to know. Oh no. Scroats, I think we're in trouble. The lumberjack, it's holding up the rear. I don't know how we're going to get around this. We're going to need to march forward and we need to hope for the best. If we're lucky, we can get an easy crit and take the lumberjack out. But if not, we may lose. We may lose half our lads to the lumberjack. That lumberjack is either very brave or very, very drunk. Well, they are pirates, Radar. I kind of assume that's a quart of rum standard issue. Tyrus points out that it is in fact fighting 7-7 Locust, so it's probably a fair fight. A lumberjack is a work mech. We probably don't want to risk that PSR on the road there. Oh! I accidentally clicked the eject button, but it didn't take. So Casket at the back here is going to move a little bit slow, just because I don't really want to plonk my ass through that rubble. The thing is, Radar points out that the Illyrians thought it was a good idea to strap guns to it. I don't know that this Lumberjack has guns. Let's check. Oh, I tell a lie. It has a single LRM-10 with incendiary ammo. I will say I'm not super happy with just how open this terrain is. If anything heavy decides to turn around and beat us up, we're going to be in trouble. Because we're not going to be able to jump to cover. Not just incendiary ammo, frag incendiary? Ooh. Okay. So we can get a very... What do you think, my scrotes? Can we hit the 3% of the SRMs? Well, we've got the heat for it, so we might as well try. You never know. You never know. Ooh, we've got 17% with Loki. That's better. And it's a Lumberjack. Uh-oh. That Simpson meme. I'm in trouble. I don't think Blackwater's surviving this turn. Yeah, I think Blackwater has just bought the farm. If we can take out the Lumberjack, we'll at least have the moral victory. It could be fine. But, time shall tell. The turrets are also green? Okay, that's something at least. Okay, so Blackwater has lost their right arm. They're half left. And they fell on their ass. That doesn't surprise me. The problem we've got is Locusts don't have much in the way of arms, so they might struggle to stand back up. Okay, yeah, we're definitely in trouble here. They've got a lot of heavy metal heading our way, and we do not have a lot of heavy metal on the field. So our plan here is we're just going to withdraw. I don't think Sea Lance is going to contribute meaningfully to this fight. Yeah, no, Tyrus is correct. We can't run in there, it's a kill zone. So... trying to think. What is the play here? Yeah, so Tira says we need to be able to run these guys to their max TM. We're not going to be able to. In their base, it's too built up, and out here, it's too open. So we're just going to pull back. I think I'm probably going to eject Blackwater. I think if we gamble that we can win the scenario and recover the Locust and just stick in a new cockpit. Because I think if we try to stand... Let's see, what's the TM? So yeah, we're going to need 10 to stand because we've got cramped cockpit and no minimal arms. So that's a +3 TM on already a bad pilot. So what we're going to do is we're going to eject Blackwater. Yeah, we're going to eject Blackwater. Blackwater's probably going to take some damage, but hopefully they'll survive. Then hopefully we'll win the scenario once our reinforcements arrive. at that point, we'll be able to recover the mech and recover Blackwater. So let's eject. This is going to hurt. Scrotorious comments that... So Radar says if we can hold down Blackwater, we might be able to stand up. Hold down is an optional rule, so I don't think we have it on. Looks like we might though. Who knows? But yeah, Tyrus is 100% correct. If we hold down, Blackwater is paced. Ejecting is the best opportunity we have to not only save Blackwater themselves, but also save the mech. It's a lot easier to repair a spent cockpit than it is to have to repair an entire mech. Scrotorious says it's safer to run full speed towards the enemy in a circle. I believe you. But it's even safer to do this. Whoop. Okay, so Blackwater's taken 2 hits total, but they are conscious, so they can start running away. Can we shoot anything? Looks like we can throw some fire down the lumberjack. It's not going to do anything, but it'd be funny. If Bambi will torso twist for me. Oh, it's because the SRM's a leg gun. Leg guns are so dumb. We don't have anything for Loki, but that's okay. And Blackwater is absolutely not shooting. The moment we shoot with Blackwater, everybody's going to obliterate them. So Terra suggests that we might be able to send in the Wasps to pick up Blackwater. I think right now the smarter thing is just to get the heck out of dodge. These mechs are not made for going up against turrets. There's not enough cover. It's just going to be a rough. Yeah, so Loki is getting torn apart already. They've lost their hand. Bambi's lost their upper arm. That Blazer, the enemy Blazer's doing nasty work to our allies. But that's okay. Not every mech is intended for every scenario, and sometimes you have to accept the better part of valor is discretion. And especially if we know that in 6 turns our reinforcements are arriving and they've got a lot heavier machinery. But this enemy base is just full of really heavy stuff, and I don't know that we can break through. A Heliopolis or 2 would be handy right now. Radar is absolutely right. But really, anything would be good right now. So we're just going to limp Blackwater. Get them running down the road. Time to get Bambi out of dodge. If you have it enabled, lighting a building on fire for smokescreen north, that might be helpful. I think while that would have been probably helpful last round if I'd thought of that. Sticking around for another round where I'm just getting absolutely slaughtered in this firing line, I don't think it's worth it. So we are just going to go ahead and get everybody off the field and start having Blackwater to sprint down the road. What are you shooting at, medium blaze turret? Is there a particular reason you're shooting Blackwater? So, F's in chat for Blackwater. Of course, they're pirates, they don't give a shit. Ah. Fuck, 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 fuck. Well, that is a problem. No, it's because you're the last unit on the table that is yours. Ugh. I wasn't aware that was a thing. She did! They missed. They missed everything. Get inside a building! Oh, you were absolutely right. Why didn't I do that last turn? Oh, now they're trying to run her down with a Banshee? Watch the Lumberjack. Watch the Lumberjack come just sprinting towards her and chainsaw her to death. Objective survive. Tyrus is absolutely right. If Blackwater gets out of this alive, we need a call sign for her. But if I remember correctly, pirates are marked as dishonorable, so that explains why they're doing this. So far, Blackwater is miraculously surviving. I don't know that her luck is going to hold out. Sabizi Retribution comments, I love how the turrets are shooting across half the map to try and tag Blackwater instead of the combat units right in front of them. Right? Right? Is Blackwater really your priority? I like how Blackwater's having her own personal survival horror game right in the top corner. Meanwhile, we've got our elite allies, Sponge, Scenic Route, and Truth. Meanwhile, Wild over here is clearly they don't like them because they just stepped them out on their own getting shredded. They got 2 turrets down? Okay, okay. I don't think Blackwater was shot at this turn. Crew's killed. Oh. Oh, yes. Look at that. There goes another turret. Yeah, look at that. Oh, we've got down here as well. I think if we take out 2 more turrets, I think we won. Yeah, there's 4 crews killed. That's fantastic. Where's my round report? Yeah, we have taken... It says 7 out of 7 units are left alive. I'm not quite sure. It says we've got 4 crippled. So yeah, if we take out 2 more turrets, we've actually won the scenario. That Banshee is just right there. No, if I move there, that Banshee is just gonna... No, okay, if I move there, she can't kick. It's nothing like a Banshee jump scare to wake you up in the morning. How are we doing? Oh no, that Banshee is just unhailing into Blackwater. I think this is the end for Blackwater. She had an amazing run. But I think that run is about to end. Oh, another crew kit. It missed? How is Blackwater alive? Oh my god, it missed! And we got another crew killed. Oh my god! So basically Retribution's like, Blackwater is single-handedly doing her part, drawing off half the enemy force for multiple rounds so the allies can focus the objective. Distraction Blackwater. Maybe that's her new call sign if she survives. Distraction. Oh my god. This is insane. Blackwater has no right to survive, and I hope she continues to survive. Designated survivor, yeah. What is the enemy doing? We can't get to the low ground. I mean, I think Tira speaks for us all when we say, what the fuck is this? And she is going to punch her to death. Oh my god, I hate how right you are. No! It needed a 12 and rolled a 12. No. They took her out of a PPC. Yeah, she didn't feel anything. Now, technically, she could just be tactically dead. She might not be really dead. There is a very small chance. So we're now on to the round report. We've got... Okay, if we take out one more turret, we can survive. Tyrus comments that we'd have the old medical free bruises. We could. I think we're using advanced medical, so I don't think we're going to get that lucky. But whatever Blackwater needs, we're going to give it to her. We're going to go to the Magicracy, we're going to give her the finest... If she survives, we're giving her the finest medical care she can get. So we just want one more... Just one more building down. Building destroyed! I think we've done it. Or that might just be a normal building. Got very excited then. We've done it! We have done it. Like, we are... If Blackwater survives, my god, she is a hero. Team 1 has achieved all the required victory conditions. We absolutely have. We absolutely have. And it is all thanks to Blackwater. Look at... She was distracting an entire level 2 by her own. There was actually... It was 4 battle mechs and aggro and a tank by the end. So we won, so we control the field. Okay. Alright, let's... If you believe in Blake, start praying. Okay, so we got a crit hand and into internals. That's not bad. We can work with that. Yeah, I think C is out for repairs for a while, and of course the Locust down here is missing a cockpit. Tiras asks, do they know something about Blackwater that we don't? We have to check. Maybe she has the Dark Secret trait. She survived! Oh my god! She survived! She survived an entire lance, multiple shots. There's no need for a posthumous Medal of Honor. Blackwater frickin' survived! And she only had 2 real hits. Oh my god! Oh my god! I cannot believe that. I am so incredibly happy. Like, what a story. And this is why we love MekHQ. And yeah, so BZ Retreating is saying exactly what I think we're all saying. Medal of Honor. We are slapping a medal on her. Got a few kills. 1 or 2 captives. I'm not too worried about that. We certainly did not claim any kills, but I think we know who really caused these kills. We are definitely going to the infirmary after we've done this, Tiras. We want to see how bad things are. So, we did need to engage the hostile base for 18 turns. We did not do that, and we were not going to do that. So we didn't force their withdrawal, but we did destroy the facility. So technically that does count as a defeat, but we're going to mark it as a marginal defeat because the base is gone. So we technically lost the battle, but we did win the... tactically we lost, but strategically we won. Apparently we rounded up some facility personnel. That's always nice. Okay, so, salvage. Who wants to salvage a turret? So we don't want any of this crap. So what we're going to do is we're just going to salvage everything. And we're just going to give it to the employer so that we can get something juicier down the line. A purple heart for Blackwater. Yes, she does get a purple heart. Strip the blaze to put on a mech. I'm not that smart. I kind of like using stock mechs, honestly. Okay, are we ready? Where's Blackwater? She got a compound fracture in her right shoulder and burned her right hand. So, I think narratively, she broke her shoulder as she ejected, and all she got from the PPC blast was a burned right hand that will heal in 3 days. What an absolute champ. Okay, so Relia is her name. Let's go to Mech Warriors. So, you comment, BZ Retribution, that 20 days is trivial for injury like this. So, we originally had realistic injury times, but players really didn't like it. We can still implement that, but for this campaign, we're not going to. The next campaign, once we reach a narrative end for the Scrotorious Basterds, we'll probably add on some of the more hardcore stuff, like realistic injury times. Okay, so... Compound fracture, how bad is that? -3 to dexterity, -3 to reflexes. Look at all these penalties we're getting. Relia always has a smug remark loaded, making it painfully clear she thinks she's the smartest person in the room. Whether through subtle jabs or outright mockery, she has a way of making others feel small without ever raising her voice. Relia's connection to... Oh my god, she's a furry! She's a furry! Relia's connection to anthropomorphic animals isn't just a quirk. It's a part of how she copes with the carnage of her life. She retreats into that identity when the battlefield gets too loud. When you spend this much time covered in blood, sometimes you need to see yourself as something else. Okay, so we need to do three things here. We need three things. First, we need to give her a new call sign. Tira says they see what happened. She was wearing their fursuit and it soaked most of the PPC blast. Exactly. That's what happened. Okay, so Blackwater, we love her, but she needs a real call sign, an earned call sign. What have we got? Scrotorious Basterds. What are we feeling? Call sign. Flashfried, Distraction, Pepsi Baby. I do think Distraction's a strong one. We're going to hold off a couple of seconds to see if anybody else posts any suggestions. Oh, Pepsi's PPC. I see. But if nobody else posts any suggestions, I do think Distraction is the one we're going to go for. She deserves Distraction, but Flashfried is what it would actually be. I do think we have to go with Flashfried. Because this is a military outfit. Nobody gets a cool nickname. Everybody gets the shit taken out of them. It's how it works. You know what saved her? It was a 7+ in stealth. That's what saved her. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go down to awards. I'm going to go down to personal awards. And we are giving her Medal of Honor. Distinguish oneself conspicuously by gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of life above and beyond the call of duty. I think acting as a distraction for the entire enemy, well, most of the enemy lance, I don't think anybody would be more deserving of a Medal of Honor. That is 10 extra XP and 3 edge. That means Flashfried now has 4 edge. That's amazing. As well as 14 XP. Perfect. So I said there was a couple of things we need to do. We need to give her a cool name, a new cool name, Flashfried, perfect. And we need to give her Medal of Honor. But there's one final thing, perhaps the most important thing really when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. We need to go back into Edit Person. She's 16 as well? Oh my god, I think we found the protagonist. I think we found the actual main character. They saw her walking down the corridor of the recruitment hall, just grabbed her by the scruff and said, "Get in the mech, Relia." What is it with 16-year-old mech pilots that makes them invincible? But here's the thing. We still have one more thing to do. We need to know what her fursona is. And I can't write this on my own. I need to know from you, my Scrotorious Bastards, what is Flashfried's fursona? While we're waiting, I'm just going to go ahead and spend some XP. I think piloting is a little... Oh no, we need 20 XP to level up piloting. Tira says, I can't put this evil on us, and I absolutely can. I will put this evil on you. Scrotorious Bastards, only you can choose Flashfried's fursona. And by the way, if you're listening to the stream and you're enjoying our antics, please consider giving us a follow so that you can learn we're streaming. We stream 5 times a week. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday are the dev streams. They're daytime streams. That's where you can actually see me working on this game. And then on Friday evening, as we're doing now, it's the time to kick back and enjoy some time with the Scrotorious Bastards. Thank you very much for BZ Retribution for the follow. Is Protogen still closed? I have no idea. Oh my god, thank you so much, BC Retribution, for the subscription. And you have the honor. You are my first ever subscriber. Thank you so, so much. I do this because I love the game, Battletech, and I just wanted to share my joy with you folks. So I really, really appreciate the subscription. It's so sweet of you. Thank you. But, back to serious topics. We have Neon Orange Raccoon. We have Cat. We have Protogen. Some kind of domesticated cat. So here's the thing. I work in the American IT industry. I know a lot of furries. So I think you all are thinking in limited terms. Neon Orange Raccoon? I agree. Neon Orange Raccoon Persona. But here's the thing. When you're a furry, you don't have to pick one. Her persona is a neon orange raccoon cat hybrid. And here's the thing. We also need to pick a name for the persona. So we're just going to go ahead and copy Flashfried. Let's see if we can find the random call sign. That is her persona. Pandora. There we go. There we go. Her persona is a neon orange raccoon cat hybrid called Pandora. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. But I do think we have found the protagonist of this campaign. BZ Retribution says 3 weeks from now, raccoon, cat, ferret, hawk, platypus. I mean, you've got to be original. You've got to go with whatever speaks to your soul at the time. And apparently, what speaks to Flashfried's soul is dodging PPCs. We love to see it. And of course, we can't forget Charlie Lance is tired of this grandpa and in need of a break. Which is probably good, because Charlie Lance doesn't have much of a mechs left. And yeah, for Edge, she's living forever. So Radar's commented, a platypus mech pilot? Perry the platypus mech pilot? And Kung Fu Hippie, welcome to the chat, says, Capellan Orphan Furry makes good. I approve. Are they Compellan? They are Capellan! The Compellan conspiracy continues. Ah, we love you, comrade Flashfried. But, alas, all good things must come to an end. And with that, I am absolutely saving this shit. And Terrace comments that most of this was randomly generated, but here's the thing. Currently this is all saving into downloads. It will not stay in downloads. But here's the thing with random generation. And this is something I do believe strongly in. So while we are beginning to wrap up the stream, and I'm going to put the ending soon on. So bear with me just a second. There we go. So while we're ending the stream, I do think it's an important thing to mention. So I am a firm believer in the power of emergent narrative. And that's the reason why I've done all these things like the traits and the roleplay skills. And it is my firm belief that MekHQ has as much power to be a vehicle for emergent narrative as your Rimworlds, your Stellaris, your Dwarf Fortresses. And one of the things that we've been really focusing in the past couple of years in particular is giving the player more and more tools to help their campaign tell a story each campaign. That's where these descriptions and also where all of the roleplay events in the reputation system all come from. It all comes from trying to help each campaign tell its own story. Zabisi Retribution says, thanks for the stream. Excited to look back on the VODs and get a peek at what new surprises you have in store for us. Yes, so this week's dev blogs, dev time, will not be saved onto YouTube. Just because this week has been very much us finding our feet, figuring out what works. And so, especially the early dev streams were really, really bad, and I don't feel comfortable putting those out in a place where they can be preserved forever. The audio quality in particular was really rough. Tonight's Scrotorious Basterds stream will not only be on VOD for Twitch, I am also going to be uploading it to YouTube for prosperity. And then starting next week, the 4 dev streams, those will also be getting moved over to YouTube. Kung Fu Hippie and Tiras say thank you for the stream. Oh, you're most welcome, both of you. And I really enjoyed that. This is definitely something that I'm going to be looking forward to. So next week's plan, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Friday. During the daytime, it'll be the dev streams, where we continue our never-ending quest to squash bugs. And then Friday evening, roughly the same time as today, just after my dinner, it'll be time to rejoin the Scrotorious Basterds. Flashfried's Scrotorious Basterds, we know, we understand. But until then, my lovely Scrotorious Basterds, I will wish you all a good night, and may your PPCs always miss your favourite pilots.